with the help of React, Next.js and Tailwind CSS, and with the modern design trend, we are going to build a digital e-commerce platform where you can sell and buy the digital content online. As a full stack developer, you should build this application. This is a full stack application and we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Starting from the project setup with React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS along with the chat CN and the retro tail UI. After that, we are going to set up a backend with Neon PostgreSQL database with Drizzle ORM. For authentication, we are going to use Clerk. Also, we are going to use a PayPal payment gateway for payment integration into our application. Then, in order to send an email to the user, we are going to use a React email to build an email template and resend to send an email. And at the last, we are going to deploy our application on Vercel, as this is a completely responsive mobile friendly application. Now let's walk through the application first and we'll see what we are going to build in this particular course. If you see, we have this retro style landing screen where you will see this beautiful header, the hero section and the product list. Each component which we are going to use in this particular application is a completely retro based theme. And if you see this button and this card style and everything. Now if you want to sell the item, you have option to sell from here. Just log in it, select the account and then you will jump onto the dashboard. But before that, let's search and explore all the products right now is available for sale. And over here, if you want to buy any item, let's say you want to buy this item or let's buy this one too and this one, right? Just click on add to cart and without refreshing the screen, you will see the product get added into the cart. Now there are a lot of products already inside my cart, right? If you want to remove, just click on that one and it will remove like this. See how cool, right? Now let's say you have 3 products into the cart and immediately the number of the product and the total amount also get updated. If you want to see any product details, just click on it and it will open all the details along with their description, the product information. Not only that, but you will see the similar product belong to that particular category. How cool. Now once you added all the item into the cart, click checkout and then you will jump on this checkout page where you have option to make a payment as well. With the help of PayPal payment gateway, we added the payment integration into our application, and that also you're gonna learn how to do it. Now just click on this PayPal and then it will ask you to pay with a debit credit card or even you can pay with the PayPal account. Obviously, if you select the pay with a debit and credit card, fill all the information and immediately once the order is successful, payment is went through the with the amount, then it will automatically create an order. And as soon as the order is created, you will also receive an email with the order details, right? And here you will see this beautiful email template with the order detail, option to download the content along with the total price which you paid through our payment gateway. How cool, right? You're gonna learn how can we send an email through the React email and the resend. Now talking about how to sell this product, then you can just go to the start selling or account page where you will see all your previous listing and you have option to add new product as well. From here you can add new product by uploading the image, filling all the details and all of these things. If you see, it's a completely retro base. Now once you are done with this one, you will see the analytics, how many products get sold and all of this information, right? Who buy this product and the total amount, all the information and how many products along with the total cost of the selling product. If you purchase any of the product, you will see that purchase history and these are some product that you purchase and you have option to download the content from that product as well. So guys, this is completely full stack based application, and if you are new or experienced, doesn't matter, because this application is very important in your portfolio. And once you build this application, then you can build any kind of application. If you stuck anywhere while developing this application and looking for the help or the source code, you can always go to the tubegurji.com where you will get an exclusive access to the source code and the courses just under $9. Or you can ask a question on my Discord channel as well. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, share this video with your friends and family, and don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me. So let's begin. Now let's build the React application with the help of Next.js. Next.js is a React framework for web application and it provides a lot of different features. If you are new to the Next.js, don't worry because everything we're going to learn about Next.js as well in this particular project. So in order to create the project, if you see, this is the command in order to create this Next.js application. So simply go to the folder where you want to create a project, open a terminal at that folder. If you are using Windows, just open the command prompt and simply type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js. So click enter and then it will ask you the project name. Here we'll give digital e-commerce and click enter. Now would you like to use TypeScript? Say no. Then ESLint say no. The Tailwind CSS say yes because we want to use Tailwind CSS and this command it automatically install Tailwind CSS for us. The source directory say no and the app router say yes. Okay, and no to the turbo pack, no to the import allies. And then if you see it start installing the dependency like React, React DOM, Next and some dev dependency like PostgreSQL and Tailwind CSS. And boom, if you see the project is now created and is showing the success message as well. Now simply open a VS Code now and open a folder at that particular location which you just created the project. So in my case it is in the documents, projects, and here we have this digital e-commerce. Perfect. And if you see on the left hand side we have some folders and file get created with the Next.js application. Let's walk through each one by one. Now first thing is the app folder where your all the code, the pages we are going to keep inside this folder. This Next.js application has a default page called page.js. Okay, and if you see it has some default code. Now once we run the application you will get to know. Then we have layout.js. Now each Next.js application has at least one root layout file and from that all the pages is going to render. Now this root layout has HTML and body tag and some metadata. So this is helpful when you want to provide some SEO. Also it use the local font. Okay, and that's pretty much about this layout.js file. Then we have the global CSS which contain the all the styling which is applied globally or throughout the application, which you can add it inside your global CSS file. Then if you have any custom font you can just add it inside this font folder. Next thing we have this node module. So all the packages or library which we install that is inside this node module. We are not going to touch this folder at any time. Then we have the public folder where all the images, assets which we are going to use inside our application we can keep inside this public folder. And then we have some of the file like package.json which contain the information related to your application like name of the application, the version, the script or to run or to build the application, and the dependency which you install along with some dev dependencies. And then we have the tailwind.config.js file which contain the Tailwind CSS related configuration. Okay, now before running your application go to the package.json file and make sure to update this version to 18 because many of the library which we are going to use not support the 19 because 19 is recently launched. Okay, it means Next.js recently updated to the Next.js 15 version and they updated this React to 19. The library like ShatCN or UI library not support this, So make sure to update this to 18 in order to install smooth all the components smoothly. Okay, now once you update it, you have to install this updated version of the dependencies. So just type npm install and then it will install. That's it. Now in order to run your application, just type npm run dev, and here the localhost 3000 will open. On this one you will see the default page is rendering on the screen. Cool, right? Now let's go to the app folder, and inside the page.js file we'll see all of this code, right? If you remove this line of code called get started by editing, and here as well that code, if I refresh this one, if you see now this code is get removed, that particular line. Cool, right? Now let me close all of this one, or let me delete this div, and we'll simply add a simple div, and here we'll say home page and save it. Save. Okay, so as soon as you type something and right here, let's say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And over here it getting rendered immediately. How cool, right? So even you don't need to refresh your screen. Next.js will automatically refresh your browser as soon as you save your code. Now next step is to install a Tailwind CSS based component library called shadcn. Now as you know that we are going to use the shadcn, okay, and as you know this is a modern kind of UI design, but we also want to learn how can we convert this shadcn in order to implement our own retro kind of theme. This tutorial is quite important for that one. Now first thing, we need to install shadcn. So go to the shadcn.com and go to the components over here, or maybe you can go to the docs where we have this installation section. Click on the or select the framework, let's say Next.js, and copy this npm command which initialize the shadcn. Okay, quite simple. So go to the terminal. I will add a new terminal over here and will paste this command. Once you add it, it will ask you to select the style. You can select New York or default. So I will select the New York, and you can select the base color. I will keep it neutral, and make sure to select this CSS variable as a yes. Once you added this one, you will see the two new folder get added. One is a lib folder which contains this utils.js file, and another file is component.json which contain the configuration related to your shadcn, where you will see the style, theme, all the information which is applied. Okay, now in order to use any component from the shadcn, just go to this component folder, and here you will see a bunch of different components like sidebar, button, card, and so much more. If you select the button, and let's say you want to use this button component, you need to copy this npm command and you need to install this component first. So simply I will paste it here, and it will install the button component for you. As soon as it is installed, you will see the new inside the new folder called components, which is outside of app folder. We have the UI folder, and inside that we have this button.jsx file. Okay, all the code which is added here, it is by shadcn. So if you want to update anything in this one, you can update anytime. Now if you want to use this one, let's use it like button, and here we'll say, let's say subscribe, and then save it. Now on the screen you will see the button component get added over here. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add the shadcn button immediately. Okay, means obviously there are a lot of different components which you can use it, install it, and use it directly. So you don't need to write your own class or Tailwind CSS classes in order to design button like this. Now before moving to the next section, obviously one more important thing I want to tell you here, that we need to add one Tailwind CSS. Inside the Tailwind CSS we want to add a primary color. We want to update that primary color because currently it's a black or neutral color, right? And we want to update to some other color. Now obviously you can go to the any color pickle and you can choose any color, or you can go to this Tailwind CSS colors. You can just search on Google, and here you will find all the color combination, right? Now I'm going to keep the yellow kind of color. Okay, so I will copy this color, I will copy this amber, that is more cool. And for a primary, I will keep this over here. I will paste this color and save it. Now this is our default color, okay, whenever you saw. Now over here, if I go to this button section, you will see the default color is now the yellowish color, right, and not black anymore. And also I will change this foreground color to black, okay. And now over here you will see it's showing black text and the background kind of yellow, and I'm going to keep this as our default color, okay. So that's all for now, okay. In next section we're gonna learn how can we add header to our application and how can we change this to a retro design as well, okay. Before moving to the next section, let me introduce this new UI library called Retro Tail UI, which is I developed just for to build this application, because we want to build an retro style application, and this particular library will help us to build the retro style UI for us. Now this retro tail UI is based on Shadcn. So if you know how to use Shadcn, on the basis of that one only I build this retro tail UI. It's quite easy to use. Already we install the Shadcn, right? And if you go to this installation section over here, you will find how to add this particular library, okay. Now first, once you install this Shadcn, you just need to update the font if you want to update, okay. Simply click copy this line of code and go to the layout.js file, and I will just replace this all of the code with the latest code which we just copy from this particular documentation. Next thing, this is also an optional, okay. Inside the tailwind.config.js file, we updated the default primary color, okay. And if you want to update, you can also update that one. So let me copy this and simply inside the tailwind.config.js file, I will replace everything, okay, and save it. And whatever component you want to use it, you can just go to that particular component. Let's say you want to use button, okay. Now we already have the button component installed, right, with the help of Shadcn. So it's the same command, because as I say, it's based on Shadcn, and this is an example that how actually it looks in the retro style, right. In the code section, you will see this code section as well. Now let's copy this line of code, okay, and this line of code you need to add it, just you need to replace the Shadcn's default button component. So if I go to this component.ui button.jsx, right, I will delete everything and I will paste the code which we copied and save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, boom, if you see, now button is changed to beautiful retro style button, right. Now obviously here you can apply all the styling which you use to apply on with the help of Shadcn. Now if I go over here and want to change this, let's say you want to change this variant to something like destructive, right. So simply here you say and save this one, boom, see, right, the color change. So everything will be as it is like a Shadcn, just it style your component like retro style, okay. So that's the quick thing that I want to tell you. Obviously I will keep the link in the description, which is retrotailui.com, and here we have some components, but it is still in the beta development mode, so I'm going to add more component into this one. Now let's implement the header section. If you see in this mockup, we have the logo on the left hand side, and the logo name is Digistore. Then we have some option in the center, and on the right hand side we have the cart, it's a shopping bucket, then the button, and then user profile not page but user profile image. Obviously once we add the authentication, this image will display over here. So this is simple header. So let's start and implement this one. So let me close all of this tab, and inside the app folder we are going to create a new folder called underscore components. Inside this folder we create a new file called header.jsx. Let me delete this context folder, so I'm not using this one. And inside this header folder, let's add a default template like this, and we have the header template now. Now this header template we need to insert inside the layout.js file, but instead of inserting over here, we are going to create a provider. So over here we'll create provider.js file, and inside this we'll add a default template. Now through this one I'm going to render all the children, okay, and over here we'll say inside the div tag I will put this children, okay, and save it. Now if I go to the layout, let's add the provider and provide these children to this provider. So obviously nothing will get changed on the UI side. See, everything is working as expected. Only thing that we did it that with the help of provider, right, you can make this provider on the client side, okay. So and we'll keep this layout on the server side. So that's the reason I created this provider. Now over here I will add a header like this and save it. Now if I go back, you will see the text called header. Now from the page.js I will clean everything and I will just save it. So just we have the header text showing on the screen. Now let's go to the header, and first thing obviously I want to add is the logo, okay. Now I did not create any special logo, so we will add our own logo. So here we'll add DG store. Now to this logo we'll say class name, font bold, and we'll make text large, okay. Also we'll make a background black and then text white, okay. We'll add padding x to 2 and padding to 1 and then save it, and this is how it will look like on the screen. Now obviously for this div we'll make class name and make it flex, okay. Also we'll give padding to, let's say, 4 and padding x to 10 when the screen size is smaller. When the screen size is medium, we'll give padding x to 32, and on large screen we'll give padding x to 48, okay. So depends on the screen size, it will change the padding. Now if I decrease the screen size, you will say change in the padding. Cool, right? Perfect. So that's how, guys, we added the padding depends on the screen size. You just need to define this medium, large, okay, and it will automatically add the breakpoint there. After that, for this particular header, right, I'm going to add a primary color, background primary color, and also we'll add some border bottom to, let's say, 4, or let's make it 2 only for now, okay. So we added the border, but we need to change the border color, so we'll make this to black, so it will give some retro kind of feeling, okay. After that, we need to show some option over here. So in order to add an option, I will create a menu list, and inside that we'll add a name, let's say home, and for a path we'll give a default path. Then I will copy paste this couple of times. Over here we'll say store and the store, and here we'll say how it works, okay, or you can say explore. Let's say explore, that will be a good option, and save it, okay. Now obviously this particular menu list we need to display, it means we need to iterate the list. So over here we'll say UL, inside that I will iterate this menu list dot map. Here we'll say menu comma index, the arrow function. Inside that we'll put li tag, and then we'll say menu dot name, okay. If I save this one, you will see that showing on the screen. Obviously we need to bring in a one line, so for this UL tag we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, and we'll give gap of 5. Perfect, right? Now whenever I hover on this one, right, I'm going to add some border to it. So over here we'll add a class name, on hover we'll add a border, and we'll add border to 2, and also on hover we'll make border color white. We'll also make padding x to 1 or 2 and padding to 1. Now if I hover on this one, you will see that padding and everything get added, right? Let's move this to the UL tag, or maybe outside of this one. So I will just add it over here. Okay, perfect, right? Also make sure to change the cursor pointer. So here we'll make cursor pointer, and that also give you the retro style effect, right? Next we want to show the shopping cart or bucket icon. So inside this div we'll add that. So we'll add shopping bag icon. That will be good actually, right? And after that we want to add a button. Now this button, if you see, we are adding from the shared CN, but we updated from the retro tail UI. So that's automatically give you the retro style button. And here we'll say start selling. And if you see, we have this button. Now if you want to change the color of this button, over here inside the class name, we'll just give, let's say, background red 500. If you want to change it to red color, see, obviously on hover as well, we'll add on hover the background red to 600. Perfect, right? Now if you see, it's also give you the click effect. And now let's put this on the right hand side. So in order to put everything on the equally distance, right, for this div tag we'll give justify between and make sure to item to be in the center. Perfect, right? Now obviously this one as well, you need to bring in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name, make it flex, and let's give gap of 5. Also we'll make item to be in the center. Perfect, right? And that's how our header is now ready. Obviously after that, over here we're going to add the user profile image, but once we add the authentication into our application. Now if you want to make some changes, you want to add some addition, you can do that, right? But this is simplest and easiest way. We just did it with the help of this retro tail UI. So just give a try. The link of this particular UI library is in the description. It's completely free. And if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section, or you can comment or you can ask question on my Discord channel as well. Now let's implement the hero section of our landing screen. If you see on this mockup, we have the text, some description, and on the right hand side we have this retro style image, and then we have these two buttons. One is for explore, one is for save. And also we are gonna put some background. Okay, now it's up to you which kind of color you want, the combination on all. Okay, but for now we'll keep like this only. So let's go back to our application, and inside this underscore component folder we'll create a new component called hero.jsx, add a default template, save this one, and inside the page.js file we'll simply add this hero page. Let's go back and make sure the hero section is showing on the screen. Next, let's go to this hero.jsx file, and inside here we'll add a class name. First thing, we'll add a background, and we'll put a background green to, let's say, 700. Also we'll put some padding, so we'll add a padding X, or we'll add padding to 10, then padding X to, let's say, 28, and on large screen we'll put padding X to 36, and save this one. Now if I go back, if you see, this is how it will look like. Next thing, we need to add a content. So first we'll add a div. This div will divide into two parts, so we'll use grid. Now on the smaller screen we'll go grid column 1, but once the screen size is medium or larger, we'll add 2 column using this grid column 2. Okay, so make sure it's for the medium size screen. After this, for the first left side column we're gonna add a content, and for other div we're gonna add the image. So over here we'll add a h2 tag, and from the mockup I will just copy this text and just paste it here. Now for this one we'll add a class name, we'll add a font extra bold, and then we'll make text of 5 XL. Also we'll make text white, and if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Perfect. Next thing, after this we're gonna add a p tag, and I will copy other content, this description, and we'll paste it here. Over here we'll add a class name, and I will just change the text gray color to, let's say, 400. Okay, so it will be a little lighter. Oh, sorry, this one. I think let's make this 300, or let's 200. I think this is perfect. And also for this div tag, right, I'm gonna add some gap of 10, but we'll also give the padding y, or not padding y, but padding top to, let's say, 32. Okay, let's see how it looks. I think 32 is too much. Let's give 20, and that's perfect. And now on the right hand side we need to add an image. Also here we'll add padding top to 3, and inside this div we'll add an image, the source. And this image, I'm going to use one image called pc2.png. I added inside this public folder. So simply we'll add pc2.png file. Here we'll give alt name as a pc. The width I'm gonna give 300, and we'll give height of 300, and we'll see how it looks. Perfect. Now we'll move this to a right hand side little bit, or we can keep like this only. For this we'll add a class name. We'll make flex item to be in the center, justify in the center, and now it's perfectly in the center of the screen. Now here we're gonna rotate this on the left side, right? Obviously we need to flip this one. So for this image I'm going to add a class name, and we'll simply say scale x, and we'll say in bracket -1. So it will just flip your image like this. Perfect, right? And then we'll add button over here. So we'll add 2 buttons into this div. So we'll say button. The first button is, we'll say explore, and we'll add another button is for sale. Now we'll make it flex gap of 5 and save it. And this is how we have these 2 beautiful buttons. Obviously we give some margin top to 5, so we have some space. Let's add more, and here as well I will add more margin. Perfect. Okay, now out of these 2 buttons, right, I will update one button. So let's say for this sale I will add a class name, and we'll make background red 500. Okay, just I change the background. Perfect. And now we have these 2 buttons, and that's how our hero section is ready. Okay, so if you want to add more element to the hero section, you can add that one. It will give more beautiful looks, but for now I want to keep it simple. So that's all for this hero section. Now we are going to display the featured product list. Currently I'm going to use a dummy data. Okay, and once we implement the backend of our application, then we are going to add an actual product list, and then we are going to display actual data. But in order to just add a UI for this product item, we are going to use a dummy data. So let's go back to our application, and before that let me show you this mockup, right? And if you see in this mockup, you have the image. Obviously everything will be in the retro style only. Then we have this text, the pricing, the user who is selling this item, and option to add a cart to item button. Okay, so very straightforward. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside here I'm going to create a new folder called mock data. So inside that we'll create products.jsx, and over here we'll add export default, and let's add some list. So here we'll add a ID, then name. So name will say, let's say e-commerce app UI kit. Okay, then after that we'll say price. The price will be, let's say, $10. I will just put the number, and the image I will add. So I will use the sample image from our public folder. Then we will add the user list. Okay, so inside the user will add a profile image. I will just add image user.image slash user.png, and the name will say let's say tube guruji. Okay, and then save it. Now I will just use this couple of more times. And save it. Perfect. Now our dummy and mockup product list is ready. Now let's create a new component in order to display that all the product list. So over here we'll say product list dot jsx, add a default template, and let's add this product list component inside our page.js file just after this hero section. So I will add a div, and inside that we'll add a product list. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and you will see this product list is starting from the very left corner, right? Now what we can do, we can just add some padding. So for this div we'll add a padding. So we'll add padding to 10. On a medium screen we'll add padding x to 36, and on large screen we'll add padding x to 48. Okay, perfect. After this, inside the product list I'm going to add h2 tag, and here we say just featured. Also we'll add a class name, we'll add a font bold and text large. Also we'll add a button. So this button will act like a view all. So here we'll say view all, and we want to make this button on justify between. Okay, we'll make item to be in the center, and this is how it will look, this view all on the right hand side. Perfect. Also we'll make this text excel little bit bigger. Then we want to display all the product list. So over here I will define the state called product list comma set product list is equal to use state, and inside the use state, inside the use effect I will just set this value. So we'll set the product list as a products. The reason that I'm using state and then I'm setting the value, because once we implement the backend and once we fetch the data from the server, we can directly set the value, and so that we don't need to update anything in the UI side. Okay. Now after this h2 we'll add a div, and inside that we just iterate this product list. The arrow function, and then inside this one we're gonna add a product item component. So we'll create another component. So we'll say product card item dot jsx. Let's add a default template, and now just use this product card item over here. Now inside this product we'll use we pass this product to this product item card component, and we'll provide the key as a index. Let's save this one, and for this div we'll change this to a grid format. Now whenever the screen size is smaller, we're gonna show a 2 column, and when it's medium we'll show grid column 3, and on the large or extra large screen we'll show grid column 4. Okay, and then save this one. Now it's time to add a card. Okay, so here if you see we have an error because we use the hook called use effect inside the product list, so that we need to make this as a client side. So here we'll simply make use client, and also is product list is not a function, it need to be a small p. So okay, still we have the error, so this needs to be only product list. Perfect. And now if you see it's showing 3 times because we have the 3 item, I hopefully 3 or 4, I don't know, but yeah. So now next thing we need to add a cart. Okay, so either you can go to the shared CN. So if I go to the component, and you can add a card, make sure copy this npm and use it, or simply I will go to this retrotail UI, where go to the card option, and once you are on the card you will see this card UI how it looks, right? And this is the code, and in order to copy, just copy this npm command, which is similar to the shared cn, and I will paste it here. And next you can copy this line of code and make sure to import that into your card.js file, which is inside this component card.js. So I will remove everything, I will paste it here. Now you might get this error because I added this in new line. So let's remove this and save it. Okay, perfect. Now our card retro style component is ready. Let's use this one. So over here I will use this card component from the component UI, and over here first I will give a class name with a padding of 3, and if I go back over here you will see these beautiful cards. Perfect. Over here inside this div will give some gap of 5 so that it will look like this. Okay, let me refresh this once, and now we have the 4 cards. Okay, also let's give margin top to 5 so we have some space. Okay, now let's start displaying some content inside this card. So first thing I'm gonna add an image, the source, and over here will display. Okay, obviously from the product list we send the product information. Okay, so we have to accept it here as a product. Okay, so that we can use it. So over here we'll say product dot image. Okay, for alt tag I will give product dot name. For width we'll give 400, height we'll give 300. Now if I go back, how beautiful it's looking. See, perfect, right? Then we'll add the name. So over here we'll add a div, and inside that in h2 tag we'll add a product dot name. Okay, for this one we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text larger. Perfect. We'll make little larger, so make it Excel. Perfect. For this div we'll add a class name, margin top to 3, and after this we're gonna show some pricing. So over here we'll say product dot price. Now for the price we'll add a class name, font bold, and text is of 2 XL. Perfect. Now obviously we need to add a sign, dollar sign. So in front of that I will add the dollar sign, and we'll make text primary. Perfect. Let's make it little bit darker. So I will give the yellow 500. Okay, so which will be little darker color of this yellow. And then we want to show the user. So over here we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll add another div, and over here we'll show user profile image who added this particular post. So over here we'll say product dot user dot image. In alt tag we'll say user will width is 20, height is 20. Perfect. Now we'll make rounded corners. So we'll add a class name and we'll make rounded full. Okay. Also we are going to show the name. So product dot user dot name, and save this one. Obviously we'll make class name flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. Now for this user name, I'm going to add a class name, text smaller, and text is of gray color, let's say 400, something like this. Okay. Obviously for this particular div we'll add a class name, margin top to 3. Perfect. And now on the right hand side we want to add a button. So after this div we'll add a button, and we'll say add to cart. Perfect, right? Now we want to bring this button in one line. So for this div let's make flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center, something like this. For this button, right, you can provide the size as a small, so it will be a smaller size. Now if I go to the inspect panel and change the layout, see how beautifully it's updating the layout as well, right? And if you think it's breaking somewhere. See, in this case it's breaking, right? This button is going out of boundary, and that's not look good to me. So in order to fix this one, let's go to this product list, and for the medium screen size, we'll remove this. Obviously, I will add this column 3 only when the screen size is larger. Otherwise, we'll keep it medium, and still if you see, now it's not breaking anywhere. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you can modify it. I want to just change one thing, so let's make this 3 on Excel screen size, and this looks much better. I hope so. Okay, instead of putting this on a 4 scale, see, this is little congested. I think I will make this 3 only. Okay, and that's fine, I think. Perfect. Okay, and our product list is now displaying on the screen. Now if you want to add more content, you can go ahead and add it, but I want to keep it simple, this product list, which just give you the proper information about the product. Now next, obviously we need to set up a backend in order to get a real product list in order to display it on the screen. Now there is a quick fix that we are going to do in our responsiveness. So if I go to the smaller screen, right, if you see it's still breaking. If I change this to some phone, okay, so from this console, if you click on this icon, you will get this dimension here. You will find a different kind of phone, okay, the phone XR, SE, you also have some Samsung phone, okay, and over here you will see the button is destructive and it's not showing the perfect one, right? So in order to fix it, right, let's go to the product item where we have that button, and we're gonna move this flex actually. Okay, so we're gonna apply this flex only when the screen size is medium or larger. Now if I refresh this one and scroll down, okay, I think not here, so over here for this particular div, okay, and now if you see it's came down little bit. And also let's give margin, always will give gap of 2, not gap, but I think we can give some margin. So class name and margin top to 1. Perfect. Okay, and now our button look good to me. Now if I change the size, automatically the button will come over here, and when it's smaller it will go down. Perfect, right? Also one more, on the larger screen the button size, I'm going to change this one, or I think we can keep like this, because otherwise we have to do it everything for the separate resolution. So this is quite good. Also on the header side, okay, I just remove or hide this header option menu. So inside the header, if you go to over here, just hidden when the screen size is smaller, and when it's medium just mark it as a flex, so you don't have that destructiveness, and it will just show only when the screen size is medium or larger. Perfect. Now let's set up a backend for our application, and for a database we are going to use a Neon's PostgreSQL database. First thing, Neon database is completely free, and there are a lot of different features will come with the Neon. Also it is supported by different stacks like Next.js, Drizzle, Prisma, Python and many others. And most important thing is very easy to use it and integrate with any application. Also it's quite fast than any other PostgreSQL database in the market. And in order to get started, just log in and sign up if you log in it for first time. Now in order to connect this PostgreSQL to our application, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. Drizzle ORM is an object relational mapping, and it's quite important and useful when you are not aware of how to write a query to fetch or to do the CRUD operation. Also in future, if you think that you want to change some database to some other database, you can just change the connection string, and that's all. Everything will be stay as it is, and that's why the ORM is quite important. Now many people ask me question why we use Drizzle instead of Prisma, and the answer is in front of you. Over here, if you see the average latency time, the CPU of Drizzle is much faster than Prisma, and that's the reason we are going with the Drizzle ORM. Now first thing, let's log into the Neon and we'll get the connection string, and once you log in, just select the app and you will jump onto this project dashboard. Over here you will see the bunch of option on the left hand side, and on the dashboard you have option to create a new database. Obviously you can create a new branch if you want, and from the database, if you see there are many applications which I for that one I use the Neon PostgreSQL database. Over here just click on this create new database, give the database name. Over here we'll say digital e-commerce 2.0, okay, and you can select the account owner and simply click create, and boom, if you see the connection string is ready to use. Now simply copy this connection string, go back to your application, and inside the root directory we'll create a new folder called .env, okay. Over here we'll say database URL and simply paste this key, okay. Also we'll create another variable called next underscore public database URL is equal to, and paste the same key, okay. So this one we'll use on the server side, this will use on the client side. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and on the left hand side you will see the table section, right. Now inside the table section you can see currently we don't have any table inside our database, but once we create any table you can able to see the table and you can make all the operation which you normally do on any record. Now let's go to the Drizzle and simply click get started. Over here obviously we are using new database and we are using PostgreSQL, so I will select the Neon. Now Neon is completely compatible with the Drizzle ORM and they have their own SDK as well, so it's very easy to integrate. Now first thing you need to do is copy this both the command and simply go back to your application inside your terminal. I will clear this one and paste it here, okay. Now we are not using TSX, so I will remove the TSX, and once you enter it will install the Drizzle ORM for Neon database and the Drizzle kit as well. After that we already added the database URL inside our .env file, and then simply copy this line of code, and inside this root directory we will create a new file called configs. Inside the config we create a new file called db.jsx, you can say jsx, doesn't matter, and paste this code, okay. Now inside here, inside this process.env.database URL, make sure that you will use this next public database URL as a variable name, okay, because this is on the client side, and simply save it. Now make sure to export this db, okay, so that we can use it inside our application. Next thing, obviously we are not using synchronous connection, so I will skip this line of code, and now you can create a schema. Now schema is nothing but to create a table inside your database, okay. Now simply copy this all of the code, okay, and just go to the config folder, and over here we'll create schema.js file and simply paste it here, okay. And now obviously we just paste it, and later on I'm gonna tell you how can we create it by line, but over here if you see we are creating the table and we give the table name as a user, and this one is the actual the schema name, okay, in order to access inside our application, but this is actual table name, okay, which gonna add inside our database. Then we have the ID which is auto incremented, then we have the name of the user, okay, obviously we provide the varchar with a length and it's not null. Then over here we'll provide the image of the user, and I will make this as a varchar, okay. Now simply if you put like this, that's also fine, and then we are providing email as well, and just mentioning that it should be a not null and it should be a unique, and this is the validation we added directly on the database side. How cool, right? Perfect. Now let's save this one, let's go back to our documentation, and next thing we need to do is to set up a Drizzle config file. So simply we need to create this file with this file name inside our root directory, something like this, right, and make sure it's a JS, and then I will copy this line of code and simply will paste it here. Now over here we need to remove this one because we are using JS and we already have database URL. I will just make sure, so let's go to this .env file, and this is the database URL we are using. I will just make sure that's correct, and we don't need this out field, so I will remove it. Now over here, make sure to provide the correct schema path. So in our case, is inside this configs folder, and then it's inside, let me go down, inside this schema. So here we have schema.js file, and make sure it's a PostgreSQL and the connection string, and simply save it. And the last thing we need to do is to apply these changes to the database. So simply we need to run this command drizzle kit push. Okay, so inside the terminal we'll push this command, and as soon as you push it, you will see it's saying the changes are applied. Cool. Now our table is now created to the database. Now if I go to this Neon database and I will just refresh this table, you will see inside our database we have the new table called users, and inside this user table we have this 4 field called ID, name, image and email. Perfect, right? Now obviously you will see this a lot of option. You can add a new record, you can save it, you can delete it, and everything you can do it from your Neon table section as well. Okay, so it's integrated inside your Neon dashboard only. But if you want to run your all these tables, you want to run this studio on your local, you can also do that one. So simply you need to run npx drizzle kit studio, and it will open the Drizzle Studio on your local machine. So just click open, and inside the web browser you will see the similar studio will open on the browser as well. Okay, now obviously here I have some more option, like you can run SQL run a query, Drizzle query, and here you will see the schema which we just added inside our schema.js file, and then we have this user table. Cool, right? So that's how guys our backend is now set up and ready to use it. Now it's time to add an authentication to our application, and for that one we are going to use a clerk authentication. The reason that we are using clerk authentication, in order to develop your application much faster, and all other part like protecting your routes, authentication, different provider, clerk will take care of that one, and which help us to build our application much faster. The another important thing about the clerk is free to use, and it provides a lot of different features, along with the multi-factor authentication, fraud and abuse prevention, magic link authentication, email, SMS, OTP sign up authentication. Along with it provide a lot of number of social sign on or different provider as well. Okay, and obviously it is compatible to a lot of different framework as well. In future, if you want to change your database, you want to change your tech stack, you can change it, but clerk implementation will be the same. So go to the clerk.com. I will put the link in the description to the clerk Next.js proper documentation. So click on it, so you will jump on the specific documentation page. Also click on the dashboard, and once you are in the dashboard, over here you will see the option called create application. Just click on this one, give the application name. Over here we'll say digital e-commerce 2.0, and you can select the different authentication. If you see, as soon as I select, on the right hand side you will see how it actually look on your screen. Okay, now there are a lot of different provider which you can use it. Okay, I will use Google, Facebook and email authentication. Simply click on create application, and after that you will see that you can select the framework for which you are integrating the clerk. Once you select, you will see the npm command in order to install the clerk SDK. So copy this one inside your new terminal, just paste it, so it will install the clerk for Next.js. Then, as I say, make sure to jump on the documentation page and the link in the description. Okay, once you install this Next.js SDK, second thing you need to do is to set up your API key. So this API key you can get it from here, and inside your .env file just paste it here like this, and then save it. After that you need to create a middleware file. Okay, so let's create a middleware.js file inside your root directory, which basically use to protect your routes. Okay, so once you add that one, make sure to copy this middleware code and paste it here and save it. Okay, Now over here you will see one reference link for the clerk middleware. Just click on that one. It will jump on a clerk middleware documentation and it will actually tell you how to protect your routes. So go to the protect route section and inside here just copy this 2 line of code, or you can copy all of these things and simply I will paste it here. So over here if you see is protect route is defined, and whenever this particular route is matching, it will protect your route. So in this case, let's say you created a dashboard route, right? And in order to protect this dashboard route, you can just add that route over here, okay? And then it will protect it. Let's save this one. And next thing, if I go back to the documentation, you need to wrap your application inside this clerk provider, okay? So simply copy this clerk provider and inside this layout.js file, I will simply wrap our application inside this clerk provider. Okay, now let's format this document and then save it. If you scroll down a little bit, now you can run your application. But right now, we did not set up our custom sign in and sign up page. So simply click on this next step called custom sign up and sign in page. Scroll down and here you need to create these files and folder. Now the easiest way that you can do it, simply copy all of this path, okay? Then go back to your application and inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder, okay? Just to group all the authentication file inside this auth folder, and we'll create a new file and simply paste this complete path. Now instead of TSX, make it JSX and enter. Automatically it will create a folder and file for you, okay? And simply copy this line of code. I will paste it here, save it. Same thing for a sign in page as well. I will copy this one. First I will copy this path because we need to create a sign in page as well inside this auth folder, and then I will simply copy this code and we'll paste it here, okay? And then save it. Perfect. Now your sign in sign up page is ready. You don't need to make this as a public route because by default it's a public route. And then you need to add this to environment variable, and then you can run your application. Now if I go back, obviously we are not protecting this route at all, okay? So we have error called clerk provider is not defined. That's because inside the layout.js we added this clerk provider, but we forgot to import. So make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk Next.js and then save it. Now once you save it, we don't have any error. But if I go to this sign in page, so you will see this beautiful sign in page is rendering on the screen, right? Now before log into our application, let's make I will just add some style to this one. So I will wrap this sign in page inside the div, and simply here I will say class name flex, item to be in the center, justify center, margin y to 20. So it will be in the center of the screen. See, okay? Now if I click on Google account, select the account and it will log in to your application. Obviously user don't know whether he'll log in or not, right? And that's the reason at very initial I told you in the mockup that we want to show the user profile image, right? And with the help of clerk is quite easy to show it. Let me show you how can we do that one. So simply go to the header.jsx file, and inside here after the button just add a component called user button. Now this user button component is importing from the clerk Next.js. As I said that clerk provide a lot of different components which you can directly use inside your application without writing any code. Now once you import this component, save it, and if I go back, boom, you will see this beautiful profile image. If I click on this one, we have this beautiful option section, and you can even have option to manage your account. How cool, right? So that's how you can add the clerk authentication into your application. Now next thing, as soon as you just sign into our application, we have to make sure that we will save user information to our database, right? And if user is existing user, right, then obviously we don't want to save user information. So first thing, in order to do that, we need to create an API, right? which manage the user. So go to this app folder, and inside the app folder we'll create a new folder called API. Now all the API related to our application will keep inside this folder, and inside here we'll create a user.jsx, or sorry, this user folder, and inside this we'll create a route.js file. Now obviously this is our endpoint, okay, API/user is our endpoint, and now simply add a post request. So here we'll say async, export async function, and we'll give the name as a post. This will be a request, and in return we'll return the next response .json. Okay, now over here first thing we need to do is to get user email, which you want to check with the database whether it's already there or not. And if it's already there, then we don't want to insert, but if user is new and the email is not inside our database, then we want to save it. So first here we'll say check is user already exist, right? And then we'll say if not, then insert new user to DB. Okay, now let's get the first user information. So here we'll say email is equal to user, or actually we'll get all the I think we can get email, all the user information. Okay, and here we'll say await request.json. Perfect. Let's save this one, and then we'll write method in order to check whether user is already there or not. So simply here we'll say constant user data is equal to await db. Obviously we are accessing our database dot select method, because we want to fetch the data from, we need to provide the table name. So in this case we'll say user table, which is the schema name we provide, dot where, because we want to add a condition on email ID. So here we'll say user table dot email if it's matching with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Obviously we are passing the users information. This will I will explain in a moment why we are adding the complete fields and all. Okay, and once if we have the result, okay, so over here we'll say constant, oh sorry, not constant, but we'll say if result, oh sorry, user data of 0, and if it has a length, means if it has a data greater than 0, or otherwise we don't need to provide this one, right? Then I think we need to write if it's less than equal to, means if user is empty, then we'll insert a record. Okay, so over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert in user table, right? And here we'll say values. Now obviously we need to provide all the value like name of the user. So here we'll say user dot full name, then email, which is this particular email field. I will just copy this one, and then we want to send the image URL. So obviously this image URL nothing but image URL. Okay, and once it is successfully stored, we can simply return the user table. Okay, so it will just return the value of which one is inserted, right? And here we'll say return next response dot json, and we'll simply say result. Okay, and over here if it's what we can call if the data is already exist, means user is already exist, then simply I am going to return the user data of 0, because this will be the list. Okay, and then save it. Now our API is ready. Now inside the provider.js file, we will first get the user information using the use user hook, okay, from the clerk, and over here we'll call new method. We'll say check is new user. Okay, now this method will check with the API, calling API endpoint whether it's a new user or not. So simply I will write constant result is equal to await db, sorry, not await, yeah, we'll say await, and we want to use Axios HTTP client in order to make a call. You can also use a fetch. Okay, so simply in order to add that, you can use npm I Axios. It will install the HTTP client called Axios, and here you can make any API call like axios.post. Inside here, we'll call /API/user because that's what we created, and inside the file we'll say user of user. Okay, because this user information we pass over here, and simply we'll make this as a asynchronous. Okay, now once we have the result, we'll say result, and then inside the use effect we'll call this method whenever the user information is available. Okay, so here we'll say user and check is new user. Perfect, right? Now let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, it's saying we use this use effect inside the provider. So obviously this provider we need to mark it as a client side. Okay, now if I go back, obviously we have one error, and we'll see the error, what's the issue. So inside the console we have this creprop error, but we'll ignore for now. But if you see on line number 20, it means on this line we have some result, and inside the data you will see the new record get inserted, okay, on the 0th element. So perfect. But obviously from the route, what I will do, I will just return the 0th element, something like this, right? And it means we are getting the result, and inside the provider I will get result dot data. Now if I refresh it again, we will get the same obviously same result, and inside the database you will see our record only inserted once, right? Because before inserting we are checking whether this user is already exist or not. If it's already exist, then only we are inserting record, otherwise we are just returning the user data which we fetch it and used to check, right? And that user data we return to our API. Perfect, right? Now the talking about this error, but so inside the header, let's go to the header quickly. And over here we did not define the key for this, so I will add the key as an index, and now if I refresh it, now we don't have any more error, right? And the simple thing is we have the user information. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can save the user information to your database once user is authenticated successfully. It doesn't matter if it's a new user or the existing user. It will always check to our database if it's a new or old, and depends on that one it will take a proper action. Now we are going to implement the user side of section, where we're gonna create a new route called /dashboard, and when user click on start selling option, right, user will navigate to this dashboard. Obviously if user is not authenticated, then user need to authenticate in order to access this route. After that he will see this profile or dashboard page where we gonna add this tab called listing or purchase. Okay, in the listing user will see all the listing or all the products which he added for a sale, and in purchase he will see all the product which he purchased from our website. Okay, and once user click on this add new button, we're gonna show this form, and on this form if you see obviously it's a retro style. On the left hand side we want to give option to add all the basic details, and on the left hand side user can upload the image, as well as we going to give option to user upload the file in order to sell that particular file or product, right? And then user can add a message which he want to send through the email once any user buy the product. So that's how this form will look like. Now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to create a new route. So simply let me go over here, and inside this routes folder, so previously I was on different project, so let me go inside this app folder, and we're gonna create a route folder. All the routes we will keep inside this folder, and we'll call it as a dashboard. Inside the dashboard, we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and we'll rename this to dashboard. Okay, and save it. Also to these routes, I'm going to add its own layout. So over here we'll say layout.jsx and we'll add a default template. Here we'll say route layout. Okay, now whatever the route we're gonna add inside this route folder, for all the routes it automatically will apply the route layout. Okay, and through this route layout it will render the children. So make sure to render it like this and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and let's go to this /dashboard page, you will see the dashboard text is showing on the screen. Perfect, right? Now to this dashboard I'm going to add some padding. So we'll say padding to 10. Okay, or we'll say padding to 5 when the screen size is smaller. We'll give padding x to 10. Then when it's larger, we'll give padding x, on medium screen, we'll give padding x to 36, and on large screen, we'll give padding x to 48, and then save it. And then you will see the dashboard text now showing with the padding. Next thing, let's go to the dashboard page, and over here, I will just rename this to, we'll say dashboard. We'll add some class name, we'll give a font, bold text to Excel and save it. Perfect, right? Now obviously we want to add a tab, and before that let's, for this div, we'll add a margin top to, let's say 16. Okay, and over here we want to add a tab. Obviously we want to use the retro tab, so just select the tab option. So I think I just updated this new component called tab, and over here this is how the tab will look like. See, over here as well I added this tab option. So let's copy this npm command from the shared cn, and inside your new terminal just paste it here, so it will install the tabs for us. And after that inside your tab.ts file we'll copy this line of code, right? And if I go to this component folder where we have this tab.jsx, we'll replace all of the code and save it. Perfect. Now in order to use it, you can see this example. Just first thing, you need to import the tab. So let's copy this one, and inside the dashboard I will paste it here. This is the import, so we'll paste it here, and then for code I will copy this tab code. Perfect. Let's format this document and then save it. Now if I go back over here, you will see this tab. Perfect, right? Let's also give some margin from the top. And we'll remove this width as well and save. Now let's rename this. Here we'll say listing, and over here I will say profile. The value I will also change this one, and also the default value I will keep the listing. Okay. Now whenever there is a whenever user select the listing, so in that one I have to add this component, the listing component, and for profile we'll add this component. Oh, instead of profile we'll say purchase. Okay. Perfect, and save it. Now if I go back, make sure it's working properly. Next, also for this one I'm going to add an option. So okay, let me go over here. So when user select the listing, right, we need to add a component for the listing. So under the dashboard folder we create a new folder called _components, and inside that we'll create user listing.jsx file. Add a default template and save it, and now make sure to import that user listing over here. So this component will add inside this tab content whenever user select the listing, and over here you will see the text called user listing only. Now let's go to user listing. First thing we'll go margin top to 5, and then we'll display the text call listing. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text to, or let's make text Excel. Perfect. Okay. Now also I want to add a button. From that button obviously user can jump to the add new product page. So over here we'll add directly a button. We can add it inside this h2 tag, and we'll say plus add new product. Perfect, right? So this product we'll keep this on the right hand side. So simply you can mark it as a flex, justify between, and we'll make item to be in the center. Perfect. And now for this listing we also have this add new product. If I select the purchase, now obviously purchase component we did not implement, so only listing component is showing on the screen. Now whenever user don't have listing, right, so inside the user listing I will add constant listing comma set listing is equal to use step, right, and initially it will be the empty. Now we'll make this component on the client side, and whenever there is a no listing, then I'm gonna simply showing a message. So here we'll say listing dot length is equal to 0. Then we'll add an h2 tag and we'll simply say no listing found, and we'll add a class name font medium, text to Excel, and we'll make text to be in the center, and we'll give text gray color, something like this. Say also we'll give some margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, but obviously if you click on this add new product, then we want to navigate to the new screen. Also on the header we have this start selling button, and on the click of the start selling button we have to make sure user will redirect to the dashboard page. So let's go to the header. So let's go to the header.jsx, and where we have this button, right, which calls start selling. Now in order to route it, right, you can just route it using this link tag. Okay, this link tag from the next/link, it is similar like an anchor tag, and so we'll add hrefs. So here we'll simply say dashboard, and make sure to wrap your component inside this button tag. Perfect, right, and save it. Now if I go back and click on this start selling, boom, it jumped to this particular page. Same thing you have to do on this button click as well, which is on the hero section. So I will simply click, copy this link, go to the hero section where we have this button, make sure to import this first, and we'll wrap this one. Okay, now if I click on sale, it also navigate to the dashboard page. Now on the click of add new product, we need to navigate to the new page where we're going to show this beautiful retro style form. So for that one we need to create a new route. So inside the route folder we'll add a new route called add product, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx file. Let's add a default template and we'll rename this to add product and save it. Now from the user listing, obviously on the click of this button, I'm going to wrap inside this link tag, but obviously we need to change this to add product page. Make sure to import this link tag as well. I will just format this and save it. Now if I click on this add new product, and boom, if you see, it jumped to this add new product page. Now let's go to this add new product page, and first thing, let's give a title. We'll say add new product. We'll add a class name, we'll add a font 3XL, font bold. Oh, so this need to be a text 3XL, and for this div we'll add a class name margin top to 10. Now if I go back to our application, now we have this beautiful text. If you want to add some, let's add some p tag, and here we'll say start adding product detail to sell your item. Okay, you can text, add anything. Perfect. Next thing, we need to divide the screen into two parts. If you see this mockup, we need to divide it. On the right hand side, we have some details, and over here we also have the input for the image file and some message, right? So we're going to use a grid for that one. So simply over here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add two more div, which will be our two columns. Now for this div we'll add a class name grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll add grid column 2. Okay, also we'll give a gap of 5. Now let's implement the second column, which is this inputs, right? Now if you see in this input we have this input field, and also we have this select field, and then we have this text area field. Okay, let's implement one by one. So from the retro we also have the field called input, and this is how it will look like. Okay, so it's quite easy, just you need to add input, but before that we need to install this one. So I will copy this, then we'll copy this code and we'll paste inside this input.jsx file from the component folder and save it. Once you add that one, simply inside this second div we'll add a div. Inside this we'll add h2 tag, or you can add whatever. And we'll simply say product title. Okay, after that we'll add an input field. To this input field you can add a name as a title, and you can add a placeholder as let's say example dot and UI kit in Figma, something like this, right? And if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful input field. Cool, right? Now implement the rest. So I will just copy this. I will add for the price, and here we'll say example as $99, the price, and this price I want the type only number, so user only enter the number. So over here you can add the type as a number only, and once you add that one, you will see now I'm not able to add any characters, just the numbers. Also if you see in order to give the gap for this particular div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex column and give gap of 5, so some space. Next thing, we want to add the select, okay, because we're gonna give option to user to select the category, and this is the select component that you can use it from the RetroTail UI. So simply first thing, copy this npm dependency and then copy this line of code. And inside this select, I will just paste this and save it. Now the use case is quite easy. Okay, so if I go to this code, first thing you need to import this import statement for the select, and then you can use this select code. So first I will give h4 tag for category, and then we'll paste this select. Perfect. If I save this one and go back to our application, we will see this beautiful category section. Obviously we need to update this category, so let's add that category list. Category, I will say category option is equal to, and we'll just simply provide the list of array. So over here we'll say source code, then UI kit, icons, then documents. You can also sell fonts, themes, video, illustration, or last is we'll say other. Okay, now once you add that category, we will just iterate that category over here. Okay, and inside that obviously we need to provide select showing we want to show the item, and inside over here we'll just display it as a category, and the value will be the category only. We'll remove this field, make sure to provide the key as index, and save everything. Right now if I go back, you will see now all the category, right? The default one will update it. So over here the placeholder is showing theme, so I will change this to select category, okay, which is the placeholder. See, and now you have option to select the category. Beautiful, right? Next thing, in the form we want to add description, right? And to this description obviously we want to add a text area. Now from the RetroTail UI you can get this text area component. So simply first install this one. So inside the terminal I will just add this, and once it is installed you need to copy this line of code into your text area, and in order to use it just use the tag called text area. Okay, so inside the add product, let me copy this, and over here we'll say description, and instead of input we'll put a text area. Now in the text area we'll give the name as a description, and if you want a placeholder you can add a placeholder as enter the add product description. We'll say add product description. Perfect, and then save it. If I go back over here, we'll see this beautiful text area. Obviously it is expandable. See, next we have the field called about product. See, this product detail we can call, so let's add that one too. So just copy this. Here we'll say product, about product, we'll say about product, and we'll mark it as an optional. Over here we'll say about add product information, and save it. Perfect, right? Now this is the one part. Obviously we want to add a button as well, so over here I will add a button too, and it will say add product. Okay, so right now I'm just adding this one as a add product. Perfect. Now on the left hand side you will see this beautiful section to upload the image, right? And then the input image to file upload, and then the text area to message it, right? So first thing, let's add this file upload section. So for a file upload I'm going to create a new component. So inside this add product page we'll create a new component, new file called components, and inside this component folder we'll create image upload.jsx, add default template, and save it. Now this image upload I'm going to add over here and save. Now over here you will see the text called image upload. Let's give some margin top to 10, so we have some space from here, and for the image upload let's go inside this, and then simply we'll add an input field of type file. Now this input field we want to give ID called file, or we'll say image upload, and then we'll also give the name called image and save it. Now over here, if you see, we have this choose file option, but that's not look good, right? Because that's what we don't want it. So the question is, how can we add? So simply what you can do, you can hide this, okay? So here we'll say hidden, but the reason that we give this ID because we want add our own custom file input or file uploader UI. So over here we'll add a label. Now to this label we'll say HTML for, and inside this HTML for we'll give this ID. So whenever you click on this input, it will trigger it will add all the property of the input field to this label component, okay? And inside this one we'll add our design. So here let's add a div. Inside the div we'll add an image, the source, and then from the public folder I added this image.png file. So we'll add it here /image.png. Now over here we'll add alt as image and we'll give width 70, height 70. Now obviously I use this from the flat icon, and now if you see we have this image, perfect. Now if I click on this image, right, if you see it's open the file explorer, see, right? But obviously we want to add more styling to this one. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to 10, then we'll make it flex, we'll make justify center, and we'll make item to be in the center as well, also make cursor pointer. Then we'll add a border which is with the dash border, and we'll give border width to 2 border, and then we'll make border colors to black, and then we'll add the background slate to 200, something like this. See how beautiful it's looking, right? Now let's bring this inside the center of the screen. So I think we make this flex, okay, makes flex justify center instead of start, so it will be the center of the screen, perfect. Also over here we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say upload product image, perfect, right? See, and then we have this input. Obviously if I hover on this one, it will opening me this file explorer and I can select the any file, but obviously once you select the file it's not showing over here, right? So let's add a preview when you select the any file. So simply on this div, not on this div but on this input, because this is our main component, we'll add onChange method, and to this onChange method we'll simply call handle file change, and this particular method we will define over here, right? Now it has a event e, and once we have the file data, let me show you. So we'll just define first constant file is equal to e dot target dot files. So this need to be event, and then we'll console the file, okay? Now just want to show whether we are able to select the file or not. Obviously we have the error because we need to make sure this component will be on the client side. Now if I go back to the inspect panel and inside the console, if I select the file, let's select this particular file or image, you will see on line number 9 we are getting the file information, perfect. Now in order to show the preview, let's define one state called image comma set image is equal to use state. Now over here first thing we need to do is to define constant render is equal to new file render, and then simply we'll say render dot on load end, right? Inside here we'll set the image as render dot result, okay, and below that we'll say render dot read as data URL, and we'll pass the file. So simply we pass the file, and once its render is complete we'll set the result to this set image. Now over here I will write condition, right? So whenever the image value is there, means if state image state has some value, it means user selected the value. So over here we'll say question mark, and we'll simply show the image from the source tag. On over here we'll display the image. Otherwise we'll show the image placeholder. Now obviously over here we'll add some style. So over here we'll add a width to 300, height to 300. Also we'll add a class name. We'll say object content, and we'll add some height to 200 pixel and save it. Perfect. Also for this particular placeholder image, right, you can add some class name, and over here we'll say opacity to 35, so it's little lighter color, right? Now if I upload the image, and boom, if you see, the image file is showing on the screen. Now we have this error, it's saying please add alt property. So over here we'll say alt to image. Perfect, and now we don't have error. So if you select any image, see, and that image preview also showing on the screen. Okay. Next thing, we want to add the option to upload the file. So simply, in order to add that one, we'll add the input field. So let's go back. So I will go back to this. After this image upload, we'll add a div tag. Inside that we'll add an for tag, and we'll say upload file which you want to sell. And over here we'll add an input field, but for this input field we'll add a type as file. Okay. Also we'll give a name as a file and save it, and now you will see the magic. See, now we have this choose file. Okay, obviously if you click on this one, you can select the file. Also for this div, we'll add a class name flex column gap file. And the last thing we need to do is to add the text area. So I will just copy this one of the text area, and simply I will paste it here, and we'll say message to user, and here we'll say write thank you message to user in email. Okay. Okay, you can skip that one, and here we'll say message. Perfect, and save everything. Now we have this beautiful section as well. Perfect. So that's all, guys, right? And this is how beautiful our form is looking on the screen, and it's completely a retro theme, right? If I refresh it, this is how the default state will look like, but once you upload all the details, then we have the proper information. Now next thing, obviously user add all the details, right, and we need to save this all the details in one state, so that we can pass this to a server in order to store it on the database once user click on this add product button. So simply let me format this first, and over here I am going to define one method, and we'll call it as a constant handle input change. Now this one has a two field name, and then we also have second argument which is field value. And obviously we will maintain one state called form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Then over here we'll simply add set form data, right, and then we have the previous value of the form data, and then inside that we'll add the spread operator for the previous value, and then we'll add a field name, and for that field name we'll attach the field value. Okay. Obviously this handle input change we're gonna add to each of our inputs. So let's say First let's add for the all this title and all. So over here we'll add on change, and it will have the event e, right? And then we'll call this handle input change. Now e dot target dot name which you want to send, and second argument will be e dot target dot value. Okay, now copy this for rest of the inputs. So for the price as well. Then for category it's different, right? So for the category it has the on value change property, and over here we'll add handle input change. You need to give the name, field name, which is the category, and the value will be the value. So obviously this on value will emit the value, selected value, and then we have this value. Let's save this one. For the description, let's add it for the description and for the product as well. Okay, now for the file input, right? We have this file over here as well. I will add it, but instead of target value we'll say files 0, because we are uploading one file, and that file information will get it from this event.target.files and the first element. For the image upload, let's go to this image upload, right? And when user click on this on file change, we're gonna emit the event, right? And we will just pass this event value to the parent component. So here we'll say on image select, and then we'll pass this event. Okay, so I will just write just top up the above, and over here we'll add on image select. Now this on image select will attach to this one, and now obviously it will have an event, and everything will be as it is, something like this, right? Obviously we will get the files information from it. Okay, so over here I will just write e and save. Now we'll also define on add product button click, and on this one obviously I'm going to console the form data. Okay, and here as well I will console it. So as soon as you type something, right, it will also display the form data. Okay, and this particular method will connect to the button called add product. So over here we'll say on click, and we'll attach that method. Let's go back, and as we use the use state, so we'll make this component as a client side, and let me open this inspect panel as well. Inside the console you will see as soon as I write something you will see the result, right? If I add a price, select the category, the description, the product, about product, right, everything will be here. Now once you select the image, let's select this image, right, and obviously right now it's not showing because the state did not update immediately, right? But over here now if I go, you will see the image, right? Also if I select this file, let's upload this file and add message to user. Okay, so I don't know why this file not selected and this message to user not get updated. Okay, the file might get selected, see, but we did not added the event listener for this message to user. So let's add that for message to user. See, over here we did not add it. So simply I will copy this on change and will attach to this text area. Perfect, and save it. And once user click on this add product, see, now it display all the form data. Beautiful, right? So now once we have all the form information, right, all the field information, now we can just simply save it to our database. It's time to save all the form data or for the product details information to our database. But there are a couple of steps which we need to follow. Now once user click on this button, right, call add product, then we need to make sure that all our form data will be in the form of form data, and we will pass it to the post body request. Then we'll make an API call through this Axios, okay, post request, And then once we made this one, there are a couple of steps we need to follow. First we need to save an image, okay, and once we save the image to the Firebase, because we are going to use a Firebase storage for that one, because it's a free to use and much faster, easy to integrate. Once the image is saved, then it will generate the image URL, and then we'll save the file after that, okay, and also it will generate the file URL once it's saved or store it inside the Firebase. After that, whatever the form data we have along with the file URL and the image URL, we're gonna save to the database, right? And after that, obviously everything is saved successfully, then we'll redirect to dashboard. So these are the things we need to follow, but obviously we have to make sure that first thing the image and the file will get saved, and from that one we'll get the download URL, and then everything together we're gonna save this information. Obviously currently we don't have any new table which store the product information, so we need to create the schema for that one as well. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and first thing I'm going to create a schema. Now inside the schema we'll write export constant products is equal to pg table, and here we'll write products. So here we can say products table, and then we'll pass the column name. So over here we'll say id, we can give the type serial as primary key, it will automatically generate the id auto increment. Then the title of the product, so over here we'll say varchar, and it should be a not null, so we'll say not null, okay. I will copy this couple of times. Next I want to save the price. The price is of type integer, so we'll make this integer. Then we want to save a description which is a varchar. Then we can save the about section, the category section. Then we want to save the image URL, right? Then file URL, and the last is message, which is of varchar again, and it be a not null, okay. Now for the description you can also make this text, okay, make sure it's importing from the PG core, and about also I will make this text. Now once you add this one, I will make this message and about section optionally, so I will remove this one. Next thing we need to save created by, who created this, right? Who added this product, so created by, so I will add a varchar, right, and we'll rename this to created by, and obviously this need to be a not null, and we will reference this, means we will attach this to the user table, right. So it's simply we need to provide the references, and in reference we pass user table dot email, okay. So it will attach to this particular email, and as you know that email is a unique. Perfect. Let's save this one. Over here I don't know why we have this error, maybe we need to wrap it inside the double quote. Anyway, let's ignore and let's try to push these all the changes. So I will stop our local result studio, I will push these changes, and wow, we have the error. It's saying the column build extra config is not a function, okay. So that's why we have this particular issue. So this, because I think we need to copy this one identity and we'll paste it here. So I'm not sure why, maybe they updated a little bit, and now if you see we don't have this error anymore. Let's try this now, and we'll push these changes, and if you see it's saying changes applied. Now simply run your studio, and once we open the studio we'll see that new table is created. Perfect. Next thing that we need to create an API endpoint. So let me close this and simply go to the API, and inside this API folder we create products page endpoint, right. Inside this we'll create a route.jsx file, and then we'll say export async function. Obviously this will be a post request, and here we'll say request. Obviously we'll return the next response dot JSON and we'll keep this empty for now. Now first thing we need to do is to get form data, then we need to save product image to Firebase storage. After this we also want to save the product file, okay, slash document, whatever document file video user have, that one we need to store the Firebase storage, and then once we have that one we'll save everything, save form data along with URL which is generated from these two steps into database. Okay, that's the thing that we need to do. Now let's save this one, and in order to pass the form data, or inside the form data it will have the form or we'll say fields, okay, and the files as well, right? Now in order to send this information we need to convert, append everything like form data and the files to the form data object. So it's quite easy, so don't be confused. Simply go to our add product page where we already have this method called add product button, click, and inside here we'll define form data object is equal to new form data, which just initialize this form data. Then inside this form data object we'll append the image, okay, with the form data dot image. Then we also need to update the file, so which we have inside this form data file, and the last the all the data. Okay, now for the data we have the form data only that we need to pass it, but I will convert this into a string first, okay, in order to set it into the form data, and that's what you need to do. Now over here I'm going to make an API call. So over here we'll say await Axios dot post request. Okay, so make sure to import the Axios post request and then API slash products. Now this will be the post request, so we need to pass a body. Now inside the body we'll just pass the form data object, something like this, and then we need to pass a header as well, because by default the content type of the header will be the application JSON, but over here we need to tell to our post request that content type is of multiport slash form data. The reason that we are doing, because we need to pass, we are passing JSON data plus files, right, plus images. So that's the reason we need to convert this into a form data. And obviously if you know, this is the object that we are passing and we are doing everything, that's why. I will make this as a async. Now we don't have this error, and then simply I will console the result. Perfect. Now let's do one by one. Let's go to the route.js, and first thing we'll get the form data. Okay. Now in order to get the form data, we'll simply write constant form data is equal to await request dot form data. Okay, and then we'll get the image first. So here we'll say constant image is equal to, or yeah, that's fine, image is equal to form data dot get, and then we need to give for the field name called image, right, because that's what we gave over here. Same thing, we need to get a file. Here we'll say file, and then data, we need to get data. Now data will be in the form of string, because we convert this into a JSON.stringify. So over here I will just pass this into a JSON object, okay, and then save it. Now if you want to console this, you can console image, file and data, and let's see whether we are getting the result or not, right? Let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will go back to our application, I will refresh this once, go to the inspect panel, inside the network tab will open and will upload the image. Here we'll say retro UI kit, $99, category will select the some categories, some description, let's upload the image as well, the file you want to send and sample. Okay, and simply click add product. Now we got one error called 500 error. It means something is not correct, but inside the payload you will see that we have image, file and all the data, right? Obviously it in the form of string, but if you want to see the error, let's go to this console and over here let's scroll down. You will see, okay, so over here we got all the data. See, we have the file, we have the image file and then we have the JSON data, right? But over here we'll saying value is not in the JSON serializable. That's the reason, because inside JSON we need to pass something like this empty value. And now if I try to get add product, now we got the success response. See, 200, perfect. And inside the console you will see all the information. Cool, right? So that's all. Next thing, obviously we need to save this in a Firebase. So we need to set up a Firebase first. So in order to set up Firebase is quite easy. Let's go to this firebase.google.com, okay, and then go to the console. Just log in with your Google account. Here if you don't have a project, create a new project. I already have a lot of projects, so I will open one of them. And if you don't have an application created, just create an application from here. Okay, I already have application created. I will use the existing one. So I will go to the project setting, and from here you will see there are a lot of application which I already have. I will select the one, and simply first thing you need to do is to install the Firebase to your account. So inside the new terminal I will just install the Firebase. Once it is installed, you need to copy this all the configuration, Firebase configuration, and then you need to go to the, or simply go to the config folder. So over here we already have the config folder. Inside this we'll create a new file called Firebase config.js. Now I will paste this line of code, and simply I will make sure this API key I will remove from here and will put inside the .env file. So over here we say next underscore public Firebase API key. Okay, so it will be secure, and in order to use over here we'll say process.env.the key and save it. Perfect. Now once you save this one, your Firebase is ready. But let me remove this analytics, and over here we'll define export constant storage reference. Okay, so over here we'll say get storage and provide the app reference to this storage. Obviously you need to import it, so I will just import this get storage from the Firebase storage, and we exported this one so that you can use this storage reference outside of this file, so that you can use it throughout the application. Now over here, in order to use that one, first thing we need to save it, right? So first we'll create a file name. So I will simply add constant image name is equal to, so we'll do date dot now. So what it will do, it will return the timestamp, okay, and it will be the unique every time, plus, and we'll convert it into string, and we attach the extension called .png. Then we need to define the storage reference. So over here we say storage reference is equal to reference, make sure to import this. Then we'll define the storage, just we define it inside our Firebase config file, and then we'll say a folder name or bucket name. So if I go to this storage section, right, over here you will find lot of folders. So I created one folder called file. Go to that folder, and inside this one you will see you have option to create a folder as well inside that. But if you want to upload inside the folder all your files, you have to write file and then the image name. Okay, so in this case our image name is image name we just passed. After that we'll simply add await upload bytes, because we are uploading the file. Okay, and make sure to import this from Firebase storage. Now all of this you will get it from the Firebase documentation as well. Okay, over here we'll pass the storage reference, and then you need to pass the image. Now in this case this image file you need to pass. and we'll say then, because this is a promise, and here we'll say snapshot, and simply inside the console we'll write file uploaded, okay, or here we'll say image uploaded. Let's test this only, whether we can check whether the image is getting uploaded or not. So simply let's go back to our application, and simply I will make add product call, right? And if you see, it's showing successful. But if I go to the console, and over here you will see it's saying the image is uploaded. Perfect. Now if I go back, and this is our oh, I don't know why image is not showing, but let me refresh it. I don't think so we selected any image. So okay, so image is not selected. So this is the only one image is already there. So let's do one thing, let's upload the image, and now try to add it. And now once we add this, let's go over here, and now you will see the new image get uploaded. Okay, perfect. Now once we uploaded this image, we need to get this particular URL, right? Because you can open this URL, and this URL obviously we need to show it on the, okay, let me copy this, and if I paste anywhere it will open it, right? Now this URL obviously we need to save in our database. Now in order to get this URL, simply you need to write await get download URL from the Firebase storage, and to this one you need to pass a storage reference. We'll say then, and then it will, or you can just write constant image URL is equal to, right? And then it will give you the image URL. And let me console this for you. And now if I try to upload this image, or let upload different image, and we'll say add product, right? And inside the console we got this image URL. See, if I open it, this image is open, right? Perfect. So it's giving us a image URL as well. Now same thing you need to do in order to upload the file, because we just uploaded the image, right? So simply, oops, sorry. So let's go over here, and first thing I'm going to do is to create the file name. So over here we'll say constant file name is equal to date dot now, okay, and over here I will convert this into a stringify. So I will just make sure I will do toString, okay. After this one, once we have the file name, we will define the storage reference is equal to reference, then the storage, and over here we will say file slash plus file name, okay. Now after that we need to upload it. So we will say upload by storage reference. Over here we will say file which you want to upload, and over here we will say file uploaded instead of storage reference. So over here, okay, we will say storage file reference, okay. So and so that we can get the file URL, and over here we will say storage file reference, and just console this file URL as well, and let's test this out. Now I uploaded this PDF file and the image, and click add product. Now once you click on it, okay, so we got an error, and let's see inside the terminal what's the issue. So it's saying the Firebase, this particular storage is not there, okay. It's saying file, image file both uploaded. Wow. Okay, so the error because in upload byte, right, we need to pass the storage file reference, okay, not the just a storage reference, because storage reference we define for this image upload, okay. Now let's save this one and test this out again. So over here, oh, let me go to our application, and now click on add product, and now if you see it is successful, okay. And inside our terminal you will see the file URL as well. Now if I open this one, you will see the PDF file, and inside our Firebase storage you will see that PDF file is getting uploaded, Cool, right? Now both the things or both the step is completed. We saved the image, we generated the image URL, we also saved the file, we generated the file URL. Now it's time to save all the data together inside our database, and which is quite easy. Now simply we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and we want to insert to our products table, right? Then we'll say values, and let's add one by one. So first we need to add title, that we can get from the data dot title. Next we want to add category, so we'll say data dot category. Then the description, data dot description. Then we have the file URL, and we already defined the file URL and we are also getting it, right? Then the image URL. Then we have the price, about section. Now over here we'll say data dot about, and make sure to add this optional chaining operator, that is very important. If the value is undefined null, then it will not throw any error, right? And then data dot message, and then last is created by. So right now we don't pass the user's email ID, right? So either you can append that into a form data, or simply you can, right now I will plus the dummy one, okay, because this user is already there, just to check whether it's working or not. Now once we get the result, I will just returning it a product. Here will say product, not here, but inside that we'll say product table, okay. So it will just return the inserted doc, and then I will just return the result. Perfect. Now let's save and let's go back to our application. Now over here I will upload some image. Here we'll say admission form, message to user. So over here we'll say thank you for buying, okay. The product kit will say AI SaaS source code. I will price at $9, select the category as source code, description Next.js project. I will put the about as it is. I will make sure to open the inspect panel inside the console and network tab as well, and click add product. Now it's showing as pending, but now boom, it's showing 200, right? Inside the payload, this is the payload. Inside the preview you will see that the new ID, which is 1, okay, and this is the inserted record ID with all the details. How cool, right? And inside our database, let me go over here, we have the products. I will refresh this, and boom, you will see the new record get added, right? And at the last you will see the users also get attached. If I click on this one, you will see the user information, right? And from the user also, if I go over here, you will see the list of products which belong to this particular user, because inside the schema we reference this to one product to the user, that's why. But the main important thing that we are able to save all the fields which we want to save to our database. So that's how guys you can do it. Now the one last important thing, that we hard coded this value, right? So either from the page.js file, you can simply inside the use state also you can add it, or you can do one thing. So I will define the use effect, okay, and inside the use effect, this use effect will get execute when the user information is available. So over here we'll define the user is equal to use user, and simply we'll set the form data with the user email, and we'll pass user dot primary email address dot email address, okay. So whenever you jump on this page, it will first add the user's email to the form data, okay. Now let's save it, because over here we are making sure that previous data get inserted, and now you can simply access it using data dot user email, okay. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will simply go to our application. So it's refreshing, and now I added this new all the details and click add products. And now if you see it's showing product 200, it means it's get inserted. If I go over here, refresh the screen, and now you will see the created by without any hard-coded information or hard-coded email. Okay. Now next thing we gonna see how can we add the loading state, because when you click on this add button, right, it's taking some time to save the data into your database, and in the meantime we need to show some kind of loading button or loading state, so that we are just telling user, okay, your data is being saved, just wait, right? Though this custom loading indicator we're gonna add in the next chapter. Now whenever we are saving our data to our database, we want to show a loading, right? And for that one we can simply set the loading state. So let's go back to our add product page.jsx file, and inside here we'll create constant loading comma set loading, and initially we'll make this as a false. Now whenever we make an API call, so over here we'll set the loading as a true, and once the we got the successful response, right, over here we'll simply set the loading as a true. And simply let's go to the button where we have this add product button, and over here whenever there is a loading we'll show an indicator. So over here I will add a loader icon, okay, and we'll add that one, and otherwise if loading is false then we'll show this text called add product, okay. But for this loading icon we'll add a class name, and we'll do the animate spin, okay, which is the Tailwind CSS class. So what it will do, it will just spin your loader in a circular, and it will give you the proper effect. Also we have to make sure that this button will disable when the loading is true, okay. And whenever the you inserted the product successfully, right, we want to navigate to the user to the new screen, right. So simply here we'll say obviously first we need to define a router. So over here we'll say constant router is equal to use router, okay, and make sure it is importing from the next/navigation. And when it's successful we'll simply say if result is true, then we'll simply route it. We'll do the router dot push to the dashboard screen, okay, perfect. And one more last important thing, because we need to notify user, right, that okay, this product you inserted, right, and we need to show some kind of notification, and for that one we'll use a retro toast API. And if I click on this one, see this toast message is showing on the screen, so we can use this toast message. So it's very easy to use. First you need to copy this shatcn sonar command. So I will just import this command so that it will install this toast sonar, and in order to use the you just copy this code and put it inside the toast. Also it's called sonar, I think. So sonar.jsx file, okay, and then save it. Next thing, in order to use this one, right, you can go to this code and simply, okay, so one more thing, we need to add the toaster, because there are 3 steps. We need to add the toaster inside the root layout. So go to the root layout, and okay, sorry, layout, and inside here we'll just import this toaster from the sonar, okay. And wherever you want to use, for in this case we want to use it here, we'll say toast from the sonar, and here we'll say message. We'll say, for example, new product added successfully, okay, and then save it. Now let's test this all together. So I will refresh the screen, and now we'll add a new product. So I don't know, do we have any product? Okay, so we'll add this image, and here we'll say AI LMS. Okay, so every time this title is showing, that's where I think we added the toast message in a wrong block. So we need to add inside this app product button click, okay, whenever the result is successful, and save it. Now over here, if you say add platform source code, we'll give price, let's say $19. We'll select the category, let's say source code, description, Next.js project. I will just copy this kind of description, thank you message, and you can choose the file. Now for now, let's select the zip file and simply click on add product. Okay, as soon as I click it, you will see this indicator light. It's loading right now. It means your product is getting saved, and boom, it's showing the toast message called new product added successfully. Cool, right? And you jump and redirect it to the dashboard page. So that's how, guys, you need to implement these small details which give you a user a good experience. Now it's time to display all the products which user posted on his profile listing section, where we're gonna use the existing product item component, but over here, instead of the add to cart button, we're gonna give this three dot option, and on the click of that one, we're gonna give option to see the analytics, or also if user want to delete the product, user have also that option. So that option we are gonna give once user click on that one. Okay, but before that, we need to bring this data from our database, and for that one we need to create an API endpoint. So simply let's go to this API products, and inside the products we already have the post request in order to add a new product. Now in this case we want to fetch the records, so we're gonna simply use a get operation. So over here we'll say get request. Okay, I will return the next response dot JSON and we'll keep empty. Now in order to make a request, we're gonna pass the user email to this API endpoint, so we'll accept that one. So over here we'll say search param is equal to new URL, and inside that we'll say request dot URL. Okay, and after that, in order to get an user email, we simply say search params dot get and the field name, which is email, and simply we'll get the email. Now let's test this scenario. We will check whether we are getting the email or not. So simply I'm going to write email, and we can test this locally as well, or we can make an API call. So let's go to the route where we are showing the product list. So inside the dashboard we have the page.jsx, and inside this user listing we want to fetch the record. So over here we'll say constant get user product list, and inside here we'll call constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash products question mark and the user email, right? So obviously in order to get the user email, you can get it from the use user hook, which is we are getting from the clerk, and simply we'll use user dot primary email address dot email address. And once we made the call, we'll simply console the result dot data. Let's make this as async, and now let's call this method inside the use effect. Now whenever the user information is available, then we'll execute this use effect, and then only we're gonna call the get user product list method. Okay, quite easy and straightforward. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if I go to the, let's go to the start selling, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, you will see the object, and inside the object it just return the email address which we passed to that endpoint, right? Perfect. It means this API endpoint, the get operation is working perfectly fine. Now once we have the email, then we'll simply call constant result is equal to await db dot select from product table. Okay, this is our schema, and then we'll add a where condition, and inside the where condition we need to check if product table dot created by is matches with the user email, right? Because inside our drizzer, if you see the created by, which is the user email we need to match, right? So that's the reason we added this, and then it will return the result. So obviously I will console the result as well, but over here we'll just return the result like this, okay, and save it. Now if I go back and let's test this endpoint again, so let's refresh this, and now if you see, we got the result, and in this case we have the three product list. And if I go to the database, let me refresh this, you will see the three record which belong to this particular user. Cool, right? Perfect. Now obviously currently it is in ascending order, so we'll just add an order by clause. So over here we'll say order by, and we want in descending order, and we want descending on ID. So now we'll get that in descending order. Okay, now once we get the product list, we're gonna save in this listing page, listing state, because we already defined, right? Also I'm going to define the loading is equal to use state. Initially we'll make this false, and we'll set the loading over here as a true, and once loading is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Now obviously currently we have this condition, if length is 0 then show this message, correct? But now if over here we'll add a condition, or we'll simply add a div first, and inside the div we'll map this listing, we'll iterate this. So we'll say product comma index, the arrow function, and simply we're gonna use this product card item which we already have. Now to this product card item we need to pass the product information. So we'll pass this product information, and for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, and grid column 3 when screen size is larger, okay? And when it's extra large we can make grid column 4, and also we'll give a gap of 5. Now if I go back over here and refresh the screen, we'll see whether it's working or not. So basically we have the listing, okay, but somehow let me see. So over here we forgot to set the listing, okay, because obviously we need to set the listing as well. And we have the error, it's saying the key property is missing. So inside this user listing we need to pass key as an index, and once it's saved, if you see, we are getting the listing, but the image is not showing, some of the value is not showing because it's not matching with our dummy data, right? So simply I'm going to update the product card item, okay, as per our data. So if you check the field name, we have the field name called title, okay, and not the name. So I will just update this to product title. For the image, it's a image URL. Over here is a product title, price is same. Then we need to show product user image. Obviously we don't have the user information, we'll get in a moment. But if I save this one now and go back to your application, now you will see a different error. This error is specifying that you are trying to access the image from some domain, and this is our domain, right? And we need to configure this domain or host name inside our Next.js application inside the next.config.js file, right? So simply copy this domain and go to the next.config.mjs file. Inside here we'll add an image, inside the image add a domains, and inside the domain you need to add the domain which you want to whitelist. We are just telling to the Next.js, okay, whatever the image is coming from this domain, just allow it, okay? And now once we save this, make sure to run your application, and once you rerun, we'll just reload the browser, and then let's refresh it again. You will see the result. Cool, right? So that's how you can display the information. Now quick thing, if I go to the user listing, instead of showing the 3 over here, I will just show 2 only. So if I refresh it, oh, it's still showing 3. Okay, maybe here we need to make 3. Perfect. Now it's look good to me. Quick thing, for this div, we'll give margin top to 5, so some space. And now this is the user listing. Now in order to get the user information like user image and the name, we need to join these two tables together, the product table and user table, and obviously we need to write the query or modify our query, and it's quite easy, guys. Okay, so simply let's go to this product route where we are fetching the product list, and inside the select we're gonna simply add dash 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 the spread operator, and here we'll say get table columns. Okay, and obviously we want all the columns or all the value from the product table, right? After that we want to get the user information, so over here we'll say user, and then inside the user we're gonna write the name of the user. So in our case, then we'll get the name using the user table. Obviously that schema you need to add dot name, and then image of the user, obviously again we'll get it from the user table dot image. Cool, right? So we got the user field, and inside that we have the user name and the image. Now obviously we need to join these two tables, right? So we'll do inner join, and in that one we'll join with the user table, and obviously we join on the two columns, two matching columns. So from the product table dot created by, and one from the user table dot email, and that's all you need to do. Now let's save this one and go back to your application, and if I refresh this and go to the inspect panel, now we have error, but that's fine. But let me refresh this again, and inside the network tab, the search for this API endpoint which we just call, it's showing 200, but inside the preview you will see that we got all the data from the products table, and also we create the user field. Inside that we have the user information like name of the user and image. Cool, right? But this particular error is about showing the image. Again, we need to add this host name because we are accessing the image from this host name. So simply go to the next.config.js file, and inside this we need to add this domain. Okay, and save it. Now just restart your application, and then you will see the name of the user along with the profile image. So as soon as, okay, let me refresh it again, and boom, if you see, we have the user name along with the profile image. Cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can display the user information along with the product list. Now another thing, we don't want this add to cart button, right? But also we don't want to create another component for this item. So simply what we can do, let's go to this user listing, and for this product item we will pass one more parameter called editable. Okay, and if the editable value is true, then we will not show add to cart button. Now inside the product cart item, just come over here and we'll get the editable value. Will by default will set to false. Okay, and whenever we set to true, that means we don't need to show this add to cart button. Okay, so over here we'll say if not editable, then only show this add to cart button. Otherwise we want to show the vertical 3 dots. So I don't know what is called, yeah, this one, the more vertical icon. Okay, so we'll add this one and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this 3 dot button is showing on the screen. Cool, right? Now on the click of this one, we want to show the popover like this, right? Where you can add the menu, whatever the option you want to add. So in order to add that one, let's go to the RetroTail UI, and inside that, let me refresh this because we recently updated, and here we have a new component called popover. Now if I open this popover, this is how it will look like. Over here you can add any content which you want. Now in order to use it, first install this shadcns command. So inside the terminal, I will just paste it here, and then you need to copy this and you need to add it inside the popover component UI. I will just replace everything. which we copied, and last you can use this one. So in order to use it, this is the example code. Quite easy, right? First you need to import this. So let's go to the product item, or maybe we can create a different component in order to handle this vertical icon. So simply what I can do, I can add over here and we'll say product editable option dot jsx, and over here we'll add a default template, and inside here we'll add this popover. Okay, and also we'll add this one as well over here. Okay, now inside this button we need to add, or we can pass the children basically. So let's pass the children, and simply we can import this popover. Oh, sorry, not popover, product editable option, like this, and inside here we'll add that more vertical icon. Okay, and these children we're gonna render inside this popover trigger like this. Let's save this one, we don't need this add child. And if I go back to our application, if I click on this one, boom, we got this beautiful popover, right? Now simply in this popover we're gonna add some item. So inside this content we'll add UL tag, inside that we'll add li tag, and here first let's add edit button. So over here we'll add a pen icon, or we'll add pen box maybe, and here we'll say edit. Over here we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and on hover we'll change the background to slate maybe 100. We'll give padding to 2, and we'll make rounded medium. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. So something like this, see, perfect. That what we have the option. Also I will make this cursor pointer. Next I will copy this couple of times, and then we have the analytics option, and then we have delete option. Over here we'll add a trash, this trash icon, and over here we'll add a graph icon. I don't know whether we have the graph icon or not, or simply we can search on this lucid icon, which whatever the icon we want, right? So we have some graph kind of thing, I'm not sure, or maybe we can show this one chart line. Okay, so I will add chart line and save it. Now if I go back, you will see these beautiful options, right? Let me click on this one. Obviously if I'm at the top, so that's why it's showing up, right? And for this delete I'm going to change the text. So over here we'll simply add text red 600. So this will be in the form of red color. Okay, so that's all guys. That's how you can display the listing for the user. Obviously later on you can add the option or the method to edit the products. Also we can show the analytic, how many views this particular product got, and delete option if user want to delete this product. Now it's time to display and replace our dummy data and display the actual data from the database. Currently on our home page we are just showing a mock data, right? And now it's time to display the actual data, because we already have the data inside our database, right? And for that one, obviously we already have the API, but this API currently handling the only user get request, right? So if I go to this route user listing API, inside the API, and we have this route.js, we are checking whether the user has the email, and depends on the email we are fetching data, right? Now over here we need to add one more parameter we are passing, and over here we'll say a limit, and the maximum limit, how many maximum record user want to fetch, right? So on the home page maximum we are going to fetch only 9 records to display it on the screen. So to the parameter we'll pass limit 9, and over here we will add the condition if email is there. If email has some value, then only we're gonna call this method, something like this, right? And obviously inside this will return the response. Perfect, right? And otherwise we're gonna just copy everything as it is, okay? But we are not gonna call this where condition, right? Instead of that we'll do the limit, and we'll put a limit, whatever the limit value we got from the parameter, this one, right? And whenever the email is not there, then obviously it will go to this particular select statement, and then we'll return the result. Okay, now let's try to call this API. Now inside the home page, so let's go to the page.js file where we are showing this product list. Let's go to this product list, and inside here we need to call this method. So we'll say console get product list and the arrow function. Now in this product list, obviously as I say, right, we just want to display some number of records, right? So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot, make sure to import this axios dot get request, and we'll call API slash products, and inside that we'll provide a limit, let's say limit of 9, and that's all you need to do. Let's make this as a async, and then we'll console the result. Obviously once we get the result, we'll set the set product list as a result, and we'll call this get product list over here. Okay, and right now let's comment this set product list and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, right now it's showing this dummy broken data, but if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console and inside, okay, so this is not the correct one, and I don't think so we are getting any data. Let's go to the network, and over here as well that API is not getting called. That interesting. Oh, so here we need to call the method, so I forgot to add this parenthesis, and then if I refresh this one, we got an error. Let's see what's the issue. So we got an error which is quite different. So inside the payload we have the limit. Let's go to the net in our console, and if you scroll down you will see this error. So it's saying the limit is a not function, right? So maybe over here we need to add a dot. I think that's what we missed. Now let's try to refresh it again, and now we have the product which the API calling successfully. We have the list as well, and over here obviously product list map is not a function because obviously it will take some time to get the data from the server, and then only it will display it on the screen, right? So in the meantime what we can do, we can add a condition over here. If product list dot length is greater than 0, then show the product list. Otherwise, so over here we'll add a question mark, otherwise we can show the skeleton effect. So in order to display the skeleton effect, I will add something like this dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, the arrow function, and inside that we'll simply add an empty div. Now this is the easiest and simplest way that you can add the loading skeleton effect. Now over here we'll add a class name. To this class name we'll add a height of 200 pixel, width to full, background slate 200, we'll make rounded large, and most important you need to add this animate pulse Tailwind CSS class. Let's save this one, and now if you see this beautiful skeleton effect, cool, right? Now we still have one error. Let me refresh this. and now we have some different error that key property is not defined. So over here, sorry, we'll define the index key property, and we got the data, but I don't know why it's not displaying on the screen. Okay, so over here obviously this need to be a result dot data, so that's the reason it was not displaying on the screen. Let's refresh this, and boom, if you see, we got the data. Cool, right? Now if I refresh it, you will see the skeleton effect, and then the data is showing on the screen. So guys, that's how you can fetch the result. Now it will only fetch maximum 9 record on the home screen because we passed the limit to 9. So that's why it's showing. Obviously currently only we have the 3 record, but once we have the more than 9 record, obviously it will fetch the latest 9 records. Also you will see over here, now here we have this add to cart button and not that dot. That dot is, or that vertical option, more option dots, only applicable inside the user dashboard, right? So that's how guys you can fetch the data. Now let's display the explore page where we're gonna give option user to search any specific product, or we can add the filter by option along with the sort by option, and then we are going to display all the listing. Also we're gonna add the pagination or load more option. So at the end we're gonna give the button called load more, and once you user click on that one, it will load a more record from the database. So obviously it's kind of pagination thing that we are going to add. But first thing that we are going to do it over here, fetch the all records, which is obviously independent of the user. Okay, after that we need to add a load more option, then we'll implement search bar, filter, and then we implement sort by functionality. So let's do one by one. So first we'll fetch all the record. So obviously before that we need to create a new route. So under the routes folder we're gonna add a new route called explore. Inside the explore we'll add page.js file, and then we'll add a default template and we'll just rename to explore. Now if I go back and then if I click on this explore, you will see it will navigate to the explore page. Obviously this route and button click we need to add on this explore and view all. So simply first let's go to the hero.jsx file, and when user click on this explore, we'll use the link hrefront tag in order to navigate, and we'll wrap this button like this. Same thing I'm going to do. Okay, so over here I need to remove this link. Perfect. And same thing I'm going to do inside our product list page where we have this view all button, and make sure to import this link tag from the next/link. Okay, now if I click on this explore, see it jumped to the explore page. Perfect. Now inside the explore page over here I will rename this to s2 tag and we'll say explore. I will add a class name font bold text to excel, maybe 3XL, and also for this div we'll add margin top to 10. Okay, perfect. Now below that obviously we want to add the search and all, but before that we need to fetch the record, right? Now in order to fetch a record, I'm going to create a new API endpoint. The reason that I'm creating a new API endpoint because currently inside the product we already have the two method, right? And it will get complicated if we add more. So better we can create a new route and we can call it as all products. So just rename this to all products, and over here we'll add a route.js file. I think we can make JSX so it will be consistent throughout, and then inside that we'll do export async function, and here I will make a post call, okay, and request. Perfect. And obviously it will return the next response dot JSON and save it. Now obviously we'll do one by one. Okay, first we'll get the limit value. So simply I will say constant limit is equal to await request dot JSON, because for this post request we are going to pass the body, and once we have the limit value we'll simply call constant result is equal to await db dot select from products, or maybe what we can do, we can just copy this. I will just copy everything as it is because same thing we want over here. So I will just paste it here, but you have to make sure you will enter or import all this statement, right? So get table column, this user table because we want the user information, then the inner join, I think that we don't need, but equal to we need to add it, the descending that also we need to add, and the limit as well. I think limit we don't need it. Okay, and once we have the result, simply we gonna paste the result, and this limit we gonna pass over here. Let's save this one, and now inside our explore page we gonna call this method. So before that I will make this page on a client side, and then we'll call constant get product list is equal to, and the arrow function over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash, we can write all products, right? And inside that, in the body we need to pass a limit. Currently we'll say, let's say 9. Okay, and we'll make this as a async. Obviously inside the use effect we need to call this method get product list. Perfect. And once we have the result, we'll console the result, and this result we need to save in one state, so we'll define that. So we'll say product list comma set product list is equal to use state, and over here we'll say set product list is result dot data. Okay, and save everything. Now if I go back to our application, and we have one error, so it's saying Axios error. Okay, maybe we forgot to add import statement. So if you see this limit, or not this one, but the product table we forgot to add. Interesting. So over here make sure to import the product table. And now if I go to the console, let's refresh this, you will see the result. Perfect. Now obviously we already saved this result in one state, and from the product list component which we already have, right, I will just copy everything as it is. So I will copy this div. Obviously you can keep this in one state as well, it's up to you. I think that's much better because or we can, I don't know what to do, or maybe we can copy this and simply we'll add display product list dot JSX, and we'll add default template over here. We'll simply paste. Obviously we need to accept the product list over here, and then make sure to import this product list item, and everything will be as it is. But this display product list we need to use over here. So over here we'll say display product list, and to this one we pass product list as a product list. Same thing we need to do inside our, let me close this one, page.jsx, and I will pass this product list. If I save this one, I'm getting this value, and boom, if you see we have the result. Now if I go back over here as well, we don't have any issue, but if I click on view all or explore, we'll get the beautiful result, right? And we don't need to do any write any code because we use existing component for it. Perfect, right? Now currently we only have the 3 records, but let me add some more records so that we can able to test more properly. So I will pause the video and I will add more record into this one. Now I added a multiple product list, and if you see, these are some product list which I added. Now on the home page, if you see, we are trying to fetch only 9 record, but it's fetching more than that. The reason it inside the product API, right? We pass these, or we are getting these limits and we are passing it, but this limit it's in the form of string, so we need to convert this into a number. Okay, and now once we convert, if I refresh it, now you'll see, okay, so I think we only passed 5 records. Let me check inside our dashboard page.js, not dashboard, but inside the user list, and inside that we have the product listing. Oh, my bad. So we have that inside this product list, and over here I'm gonna display, let's say 9. Now if I refresh this screen, now you will see only 9 record will display on the screen. If I go to the explore, over here I'm just showing 5 records. So let's go to the all product route, and inside here we already providing this limit, and here as well I will make sure it's a number only. And then inside this explore page we are passing the limit as 5. Let's make it this 6. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now below that I'm going to show the explore page option. So just below to this one we'll add a button and we'll say load more. Okay, now if you see, it has a load more option. Obviously we'll bring this in a center, so I will put it in div and we'll make a class name flex, item to be in the center, justify in center. Okay, obviously we'll give some margin top, so over here we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect. And once user click on this one, we want to load more option. Okay, now in order to load more, right, we're gonna use the drizzle's offset method. Now what it will do, it will skip the number of row and then it will fetch the next set of data. Okay, now in our case, when very initially we're gonna set offset over here, and initially obviously it will be a 0. Okay, but we need to set this offset value, so simply to this get product list, or we can simply add a constant offset comma set offset is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be 0, and then over here we'll call this offset, or maybe we can simply pass to this value as offset. Okay, oh sorry, over here I will pass it, I will show why. And now this offset value is passed over here. I will just rename. Okay, I think let's add like this. Okay, so this offset value we just pass. Now whenever we click a button called load more, so simply we'll click on click, I will add on click method, and here again I will get this product list like this. And now over here we'll say product list, oh sorry, the offset plus 6. Okay, it means it will skip the 6 record. Next time if you offset value is 6, then 6 plus 6 is 12, it means skip the 12 record, right? Now let's save this one and go to our route, and over here we'll attach the offset value. Okay, and it will be the field name called offset. Obviously we need to get over here because we're already sending it through the body. Okay, now there is a quick thing over here, right? Whenever we get the new data, we have to make sure in the product list we need to keep the previous data and then load the new data, correct? So over here I will just change this little bit. So here we'll say previous data, so we want the previous value and then we want to add a new value, simply something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and then refresh this, okay, so we have error. It's saying the empty string was passed to the source attribute. That's because the previously the value is empty, right? So maybe that's the reason. Let's try to make it empty, and then it will give error previous is not iterable. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's keep it empty, and over here we'll simply add a condition. If product list is equal to empty, then simply set the product list, okay, with the result dot data. Otherwise it will add to an existing value. Now if I try to refresh, still we have this error, so this is little bit different. Okay, so over here instead of empty you need to write product list dot length. If it's 0, then we'll test this out. Okay, so I don't know whether we have the error or not. Oh, is equal to 0. Okay, and now perfect. If you see, we have the result. Now if I click on this load more, we got the data, but we have the issue again. The empty string was passed. So let's see why. Okay, so the issue is over here, right? We just forgot the result.data contain the list of array, right? And we cannot directly append that one. So obviously in order to append, we need to spread this operator. So it will go one by one, okay, like pushing the data into the array kind of thing, right? So that's the reason we need to add the spread operator. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, first thing it will fetch 6 record. If I click load more, now it will fetch the remaining one. Cool, right? So that's how guys it will work. Now over here if you see, it is not aligned perfectly, right? Some of the big, some of the small. That's because some of the listing has 2 lines of title, some of them have 1, right? And that's the reason it's showing mismatch. So simply go to this product card item, and for this h2 tag we'll do the line clamp, okay? So only maximum 1 line is allowed, and otherwise it will show something like dot dot dot, okay? See, oh, what is this? Yeah, okay, so that's why. And now if you see, everything will be aligned perfectly. Also make sure to give the height and make it object cover, so your image will not crop it, okay? So that is another thing that we need to update, and I think that's look overall good to me. Now let's implement the search functionality. Obviously here we gonna add the input where user can enter the text which he want to search, and then we gonna add a button to search it. Obviously after that we gonna add the filter by and sort by as well, but first we'll focus on searching the particular product. Depends on the user enter text. So for that one, let's go back to our application, and inside this explore page, just above this display product list, we'll add a div, and inside that we'll add another div. Let's add a h2 tag. Over here we'll say search, and then we'll add an input. From the component over here we'll say placeholder, we'll say search, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, this is how the search will look like. Obviously after that I will also add a button, and it will say search, okay? Over here we can also add an search icon from the Lucid React, and let's bring everything in one line. So we'll make it flex gap of 2, and this is how it looks. It's weird, but that's fine. And over here we'll simply give some width to this input. So here we'll say width of, let's say 88 or 80, okay? If I go back, so this is how it looks. That's pretty good. And for this div we'll add a class name, margin top to 5, margin bottom to 5, and we'll make item to be in the center. Perfect, right? And this is our search bar. We can bring this in a center if you want, okay, but we'll keep like this because we also have the short by and all other things. Now whenever user types something, right, and click on this search, obviously we have to make sure it will make an API call and we'll get the search result. So simply For this input I will add, and let's get one state called constant search text comma or search input comma set search input is equal to use state, and over here we'll say on change it will emit the event, and then we'll set search input to event dot target dot value. Now once the button is clicked, so over here I will add on click method, and we're gonna simply call the get product list, and obviously we'll set the offset over here to 0 because we want to reset everything. Okay, so I think we can set the product list to 0. That's pretty good. I think let's save this one, and then once we have this input, we also need to send this to our API endpoint. So over here we'll say search text as search input. Okay, now inside the API, so go to the API endpoint where we have this all route, and over here we need to accept it as a search text. Now this search text we need to pass in a where clause. Okay, so over here we'll say where equal to, and then we have to write like operator. Okay, and if you want to know how to get this one, so if you see in the drizzle document, inside the filter option we have this like property, right, and it will give you the matching string. Okay, so simply you need to get right like the column on which you want to search and the value. Okay, so we'll say like on column product list, sorry, product table dot title, and then inside the string we'll write $, and inside that I will pass the search text, right? Now $$ means this search text is come in any position, right? You just search it, I will just telling to this query just search it. It doesn't matter is a first or second. Okay, now once we search it, let's test this out. So over here I will go. Also over here make sure instead of this equal, right, because we use this equal, we don't need to use right now because we are just putting the where inside the where clause just one condition. Okay, so let's make sure that one, and then inside this get product list, right, obviously when we click on this button called get product list, right, so in this case we have to make sure our get product list is empty. Oh sorry, so we over here we need to set the product list as an empty value. Okay, because we don't want to keep the old value, and just make sure that we will also clean it and we'll set it to the empty. Now let's save it and let me refresh the screen. So after refresh we are getting data, and if I type something, let's say I want to fetch everything which include the word AI, if I search it, if you see it's we got the result immediately, right? Let's say LMS and click search, and we got only one result because we only have one, right? If I search icons, so we don't have anything like icon, let's say kit. So if you see we have the kit, right? And if I search with nothing, then we'll get all the result, right? And it doesn't matter. Okay, first time obviously it will fetch the 6 record maximum because that's what we said, and then on the click upload more it will load the more record. Okay, now let's search with this word called illustration, click search, and then boom, we have the result. Okay, so that's how guys you need to add the search functionality. And one more important thing, make sure in search input you will pass the empty string. Okay, so that over here it will get the empty string, and then this will not return or get any error. Okay, over here, so that's the reason. Or you can also pass empty like this over here if you don't want to pass from this. One last important thing, I will wrap this inside the try catch block, and we'll we'll say catch. If you find any exception, so we'll return the next response dot JSON with an error message. So over here we'll say just we can say error message something like error in or server side error. With the error property, okay, and make sure this is a return and save it. Now whenever we get anything over here, let's say if result dot data dot error, then we'll simply show toast message saying result dot data dot error. Okay, perfect. Now obviously right now everything is working fine and we don't need to do anything. Okay, we have one error, but that's a different because okay, we have this error. Let's see, before moving to the next section we need to fix this issue. Okay, so over here it's saying return next response JSON. Okay, I got it. So inside the route, right, we have to make sure this return statement will be inside this try block. And now if I refresh it, we don't have any error. Perfect. Now to implement this short functionality, right, we are giving this some option like whether user want to sort by newest or latest one first, then price low to high, price high to low, or most view, right? And obviously that particular drop down we need to show, but we have to make sure when we are displaying this data, we need to consider add these fields inside our array list. Okay, the label, obviously the label which we are showing, the field on which you want to put the order by operation. Okay, so that field name, obviously this field name we are getting from the column, and then the last, the last we have the order on which whether you want which order you want to do, descending or ascending. Okay, quite straightforward. So first thing we need to add the drop down. So in order to add drop down, I will use this select. We already installed this select, so you don't need to install it again. Okay, just I will go to this use case and I will import this one. But before that, in order to add the short functionality, we'll create a new component under this underscore component. We'll call sort products dot jsx. And let's add a default template. Now these short products I kept inside the root component because we might need somewhere, and that's the reason. And just before the, or not just before, but inside this div, I will add that one. So maybe we can add just after this div, and we'll say short products. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the text called short products. Obviously we want this on the right hand side, so simply for this div we'll make it flex and we'll make justify between and then item to be in the center, and then it will come on the right hand side. Next, let's go to these short products, and over here I'm gonna get the list first. Inside the list, as we discussed, we need a label. The label will be, let's say, newest. Then the field on which you want to add this operation on ID, and order on which you want, or which order you want to do, let's say descending, right? Because newest will obviously we want to fetch the latest one, and latest means the ID will be the latest ID. Also we'll add this couple of times. Over here we'll say newest, price low to high, and on the price obviously the field is price, and over here if it is low to high it means ascending order. Then again the price, the field is price and the order will be descending, and over here we'll say most visited or most viewed, and on most viewed currently we don't have the any field, and for the most view column, so we'll add that later on, but just I am keeping this option over here and then save it. Now simply we need to, let me change this black theme first. Now we are good. Now first thing we need to display the select component. So I will copy this import statement, we'll paste it here, then I will copy this example and we can add over here. I will format this document and then inside this select item right over here we'll add inside the select content we'll add the list. We'll just wrap this one. So here we'll say option comma index, the arrow function, and inside that I will put the select item. Over here make sure to add the key as an index. Let's remove this other two select item and then display this option dot label. For a value I will pass all the value which is option value, okay, and placeholder will say short and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this short and then we have this beautiful 4 option. Quick thing over here, I will say high to low. Perfect. Okay, now we have this option high to low as well. Now as soon as you select it, this selected field or selected object we need to pass to the parent component. So simply what I will do, on this select we have on value change, right? Let me show you what value we are getting. So I will just console this over here when we select it. So inside the inspect panel and inside the console when we select any value, you will see that complete field. Okay, that's what we wanted. Now obviously this one we want to select, so we want to pass back to the parent component. It means inside this page.js. So over here I will say on short change. Okay, I will add this on short change, the value obviously in order to pass back to the previous component, means on a parent component we'll pass it through these props, and over here I will accept on short change. Okay, and over here I'm gonna let's define one state called sorting property, or short comma set short is equal to use state, and whenever there is short change obviously it will return the value, and I will set the set sort with the value which user select, right? Now whenever the short value changes, right, we are going to call, means over here obviously we'll say short, and whenever the short value is available then we'll call get product list. Okay, but over here we'll say if short, then first thing we need to set the product list to empty, and then we'll call get product list with the offset 0. Okay, and obviously to this one we'll send the sort as a short value. Okay, and if it's not there then it will send an empty value. Okay, so I hope you understand this one, and once this short we send it to the API inside the post body, let's go to our route, and over here I will accept here as a sort. Now for the sorting, simply here we're gonna write a condition, but before that I want to make sure that we are getting some short value over here. So I will console the log sort with a short and then save it, and inside the terminal we'll observe whether we are getting data or not. So I will refresh this. Obviously we need to update this layout, we have to make this responsive. If I click newest, let's say price high to low, and nothing is happening. Interesting. But let me go to the console, and if you see in the sort we got the label and field and price. Perfect. Now whatever the sort value we get it, right, we want to apply. So over here we'll write a condition if sort dot order, okay, is equal to descending, then obviously we need to apply descending method, otherwise we need to apply the ascending. And not only that, but obviously we also have the field name. Okay, so over here I will add order, sort dot fill. Okay, if its field is there. So over here, if field is there, then we need to add, and same thing in ascending, I will say with the fill. Perfect, right? And save it. Also, inside this sort product, right? Let's go to the page.jsx, and by default, I am going to add the newest first. Okay, so this particular field I'm going to add over here. So this is the default one, and then save it and refresh it. Right now if you see, the newest or latest one is showing at the top. If I select this let's say price low to high, so it's showing the 19, then 19, 28, 28, 39. If I select the high to low, so high will come first and then other. But over here I don't know why the price is not showing as a selected one. That's interesting. Now over here when we select, right, it's not showing. That's because inside this short products, right, we are passing the object as a value, right, and we need to set some value. So another option to do or to fix this one, right, here I will add one state called selected sort comma set selected sort is equal to use state. And whenever it's selected, right, over here I will also make sure we'll set the value. So over here we'll set the selected sort as a value. Okay, along with this we are passing this one, right, but we are also setting the state. And inside this select value I will just destructure this something like this, and inside here we'll say selected value, or sorry, selected sort dot label. Otherwise if it's there, obviously, otherwise if it's not there, then it will show the text short. Now if I refresh this, initially if you see it's showing short, but if I select any of them, it will show the actual name. Cool, right? Perfect. So that's how it works. Now once user click on any of these product, we want to show the product detail. And this is how our product detail will look like. Obviously we are going to create a new route, and then once user jump on that one, we are going to pass the new route called, let's say detail, or we'll say product slash product detail slash and the product ID. Okay, now with the help of this product ID, obviously we are going to fetch the product details, and on the left hand side we are going to add the image. Over here on the right hand side we want to add all the details, and below that we're going to show the description and product information, right. Obviously for that one we are going to use a RetroTail UI accordion component. Okay, and this is how it looks. It will expand it for you. Okay, and below that we are gonna show the similar products belong to that particular category. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first, and very first thing we need to do is to create a new route. So under this explore only, I'm going to add a new route, and we can create a dynamic route actually over here, and we'll say product ID something like this. Okay, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and over here we'll rename this to product detail page. Okay, once we add this one, let's go to the product card item, and over here we need to add on click method. So simply I will wrap this card inside the link tag from the next link, and we'll add a hrefs. To this hrefs we'll simply add slash explore slash and the product which you want to explore. So in this case we'll say product dot id. Okay, because each product has the own id, and over here as well I will change this to link tag and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if I open any of this, right, let me refresh this once, and yeah, so if I open any of this, let's say this, you open this one, right, it will navigate to this new route called explore/13. Cool, right? And that's how, guys, you can route it. Obviously, you over here you can update route according to your requirement. I will keep it simple, okay, because I don't want to confuse you. So that's why I just write explore, and inside that I created the nested route. Okay, now once we are on this page, we have to make sure with this particular ID we need to fetch the product detail information from the database. For that one, I'm going to use existing API, which is this product API. And currently in this product API, if you see, we have this email and limit, and inside the email, if email is there, we are using this particular statement. Otherwise, we are going to use this one, right? So simply for this one, first let's accept the ID. So over here we'll say ID is equal to search params dot get, and we'll say ID. Okay, and once the ID is here, we will simply pass to this where clause. So we'll say dot where, and inside here we'll say equal to, then we need to add product detail table dot ID matches with the ID. Okay, and then save it. But if you add it like this, right, and in the home page we are not passing the ID, and then you will get the error. So basically, let's do one thing. Let's add one more if condition, and over here we'll add if ID is there, right, means ID is not empty, then we'll call all of this code over here again. But in this case, we'll simply we'll remove this limit obviously, and we'll simply add dot where clause. Maybe after inner join we can add that dot where equal to product table dot ID comma the ID which we pass. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to the page which is explore and the product ID page where we are showing the product details, right? So inside the route, inside the explore, we have this product detail screen, and over here first thing we need to get the ID. So in order to get ID, you can get it using this name called product ID. Okay, so over here instead of this dash we'll do something like this. Okay, so it's very easy for us as well, is equal to use params, I believe. Let's try params, and also make sure to add the use client and save it. Okay, now once we get the product ID, simply we need to fetch the product detail, and over here we'll say get product detail and inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, because we are making the post request for that one, and slash okay wait, so this is a get request, my bad. So it's a get request slash product API slash products, and inside the question we'll say ID is equal to, and then we'll pass the product ID. Once we get the result, we'll console the result. I will make this as async, and then inside the use effect we'll call this get product detail. Here this need to be result.data. Let's save this one, and now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see on line page 15, we got the result for this particular product ID. Okay, now obviously inside the route, whenever we fetch it from the ID, it will always return only one record. So I will just make sure it will only pass the first element. Okay, and now we have the proper result. Now after this we need to save this on one state. So simply I will define constant product detail comma set product detail is equal to use state, or we can just say product. And then over here we'll first add the back button, so we'll say back, okay. And after that we'll add div, we'll give a class name, margin top to 10. I think we can add it to directly to this one, and save it. Let's see how it looks on the screen. So obviously let's search 13, and then we have the back button, that's cool. And on the left hand side we need to show the image. So obviously we need to divide this grid into two parts. So class name grid, grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when screen size is medium or larger we make grid column 2. On the first we'll show the image, and on the second we'll show the product information. So let's add image source. Over here we'll simply add a product dot image URL. We'll give alt tag as a image, we'll give a width, let's say 400, height to 400, and save it. So we have error, it's saying empty string pass. Okay, so let's see what is this field name. So it's a image URL only, that's perfect. Okay, so we forgot to set the product to result dot data, and now if I refresh it, now we have the details. Okay, over here it's saying the empty source directory may cause browser. Okay, let's refresh it, still we have this error. That's pretty weird because we already provided the information. Maybe we can add a product and maybe this will help us, because sometimes user are trying to fetch a record before it set the value. Okay, now we have the product details, perfect. Obviously I'm going to add some margin top to 6, some space, and let's add the class name over here. So we'll add a height of 400 pixel, width of 400 pixel, but in this case I will say object content. Okay, also I want to add a border, so I am going to simply use a card over here. So I will use a card from the component card, something like this, and save it. Okay, obviously that's look weird, but we need to bring this in a center. So we'll say class name is equal to flex, and item to be in the center, justify in the center. Perfect, right? We'll give width to full, okay, so that it will fill the complete area. Perfect. After that I want to give some gap, so here we'll add a gap of 10, and then on the right hand side we want to add the product information or product detail. So first thing we'll add an h2 tag. Over here we'll say product dot title, let's see how it looks, perfect. And then we'll give a class name, font bold, text 3XL, make it 2, yeah, that should be good. Then below that we want to show the category. I'm not sure whether we are saving the category or not. I think we are saving, so we'll say product dot category, and for this we'll add a class name, font, we'll keep the font as it is, but we'll text gray, we'll change the color of the category, so something like this. Okay, so this is source code, so it's showing as a source code. Obviously you can wrap this in a badge. So badge is a retro tail component where it will display something like this, right? And very easy to use. First need to install this batch component. So I will just go over here and will install this batch component, and simply you need to wrap inside the badge. So over here I will just add a badge, and once you add that one, you will see something like this, right? If you want to make the text class name, let's make the text black. Perfect. Okay, next below to this one we want to show some kind of text, right? But before that we'll show pricing actually. So let's show the h2 tag again. Inside that we'll say product dot price. We'll add a class name, font bold, text 3XL, and we'll make text primary, or instead of that I will make it yellow 600. Perfect. Okay, we need to mark it as a dollar in front of that one, so we'll make dollar as well. Okay, obviously we need to give some gap, so over here we'll say margin top to 5. Next we want to show some kind of text, so over here if I go to the our mockup, I will show this text, and in this text this is the category name I'm going to add. Okay, so just copy this, and inside the p tag I will just paste this line of code, and instead of category I'm going to add over here as product dot category. Now the color will be text gray, maybe 500, and this is how it will look like. Okay, we'll give margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, then we need to show a button to add to cart button. So just below that we can add a button component. We'll say add to cart and save it. Now to this add to cart button we need a width to be full, so simply I will add a class name flex, and not flex, but we can just make the width to be full. Okay, now instead of just giving margin something like this, right, it's not consistent, so I will remove this margin everywhere, and simply let me wrap this h2 and badge in one tag. Okay, and then for this class name we'll make it flex, we'll make it flex column, and then we can give gap of 5, so it will now equally spread. And then we have this add to cart button as well. For this one I'm going to add little bit more padding, so I'm not sure whether this padding is applying or not over here, maybe not, but let's then add a size to large. Okay, perfect. And then we want to add the accordion component, okay, where you can expand it, something like this. Easy, right? So let's copy this component first, then once we have this accordion component in component folder, just update the code. So I will just delete this previous one, I will update the new one for the retro component, and then in order to use it you can use this example, right? First obviously you need to import this accordion, so I will just copy everything as it is, we'll paste it here, and then I will copy this example and just after this button we'll paste it there. Obviously we don't need this third item, we need only 2 items. First item, let me first format this one. The first item is for description, and second item is for about product. Okay, perfect. So in the description we'll simply add product dot description, and here we'll add product dot about. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So over here if I go, you will see this beautiful option. If I expand this one, you will see, right, and this one as well. Perfect. But if you see this particular left side image is also moving because it's trying to align with this value. So let's fix this issue. So for this card, right, we just need to provide a maximum height. Okay, so maximum height to let's say 400 pixel and save it. Now if I expand this, see, now this particular section is not affecting at all. Perfect, right? And the last, we need to show all the products belong to this particular category. So for that one, I'm going to create a new component. So maybe inside the Explorer only, maybe inside the product ID we can create a underscore components folder, and inside that we can create the similar product.jsx file. Let's add a default template, save it, and then over here we can add that. So maybe just after this we'll add an div tag, and inside that we'll add product, or we'll say similar products. Okay, and save it, and the text similar product is showing on the screen. Let's give some margin to this div, margin top to 10, and then we have this section. Now guys, you can try on your own how can you add these similar products. Just the thing you need to do is you need to fetch the similar product from this category. Obviously we have this category list section, and whatever the category which user is looking, right, because we already have the product category, pass that product category and then you are good to go. Simply first thing you need to do over here, we'll pass the category, and then you can say product dot category. Okay, and inside this similar product you can accept here as a category and then fetch the records. Now it's time to add item to our cart. So once user click on this add to cart, there are a couple of steps we need to do. First, we need to add record to our database, and for that one we need to create a new table in our database called cart items, or you can say cart. Then after that we need to create a context, and we need to make sure we'll update that context, okay, whenever you click on add to cart, right? And whenever the application is refresh or reload, we have to fetch the cart data from the database and we'll update our context. And once everything is done, then we're going to show all the cart item to our inside our cart section, where we are going to add the sheet. Okay, so let me show you how it looks. So if you see the sheets, and this is how on the left hand side we're going to add all our listing. So let's go and let's create a new table first. So inside our schema table, let's go to the schema. Oh, I am on different project now, I'm in correct project. So okay, so inside the schema, let's search the schema.js file, and over here we'll create export constant cart, or we'll say cart table is equal to pg table, and we'll say cart, and inside that we'll add a value. Let's add an id, so I will just copy this one. Then the email which user posted. Okay, so I will add email as a varchar, and it should be a not null. Then we need to add the product, right? So we'll connect the product reference. So here we'll say product, and then we'll say varchar. Inside the varchar again I will say product, which will be a not null, and we'll this need to be here, and then we'll reference it. Okay, similar like this one which we connected to a product to user, right? Here as well I will add product table dot maybe we can connect with the id, and that's all. Okay, so I think we don't need to add any other things, because once we add this reference, right, we will automatically get all the details. Let's save it, and let's update this table. If you need any other column, we can add that later on. So we'll push these changes, and we have one error I believe. So if you see the car product id cannot be implemented. Okay, So there is a key constraint. I don't know why. Okay, so maybe here we need to write product ID, I believe, because the name will be same. Let's try it again. Okay, still we have this error. Okay, so now make sure here it as well it should be a product ID, and now it's saying create a column, or we can rename the column in the cart. Okay, and I believe it's rename, I'm not sure. Let's test this out. So I will run the studio and we'll open this one, and if you see the product, the cart column is created with the ID, email and the product ID. Perfect. Now let's go over here and inside, let me close all of this tab, we'll save this one, and inside the display or inside the product cart item where we have this add to cart button, right? Over here we can write this logic. So over here we'll say constant add to cart, and simply I'm gonna attach this on click method add to cart. Now when we click on this button, right, we are going to make an API post API call, okay, which will send the product information and then we'll save the data. So simply inside this API route we'll create a new folder called cart, and inside that we'll create route.js file, then added over here we'll say export async function post request, and obviously it will return the next response dot JSON, and inside here we need to get the data first. So over here we'll get the user email, then product ID is equal to await request dot JSON, like this. Okay, obviously this information because we are saving into our database. Let's save this one. I will also save this product cart item, and simply we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert the table name, which is cart table dot values, and inside that we need to add the email. So the email which we passing who actually added to cart, and the product ID as a product ID. Okay, and once we have the result, it will returning the the cart table, and then simply we want to return the result. Okay, let's save this one, and now let's call over here. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot, make sure to import dot post request, and simply we'll call endpoint call slash API slash cart, and then we need to pass the email as a user email and the product ID as a product ID. So product ID obviously you can get it from the product.id, and in order to get a user email simply we'll call user from the use user hook. Okay, and now maybe over here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect, right? And make it async. Now you might have question, do we really need to call this use user inside this, because product cart item will be showing a lot of times. Okay, so basically we can get the user information directly, or user email, let's say user only, the user information from the parent component of this product cart item. Okay, so if I go to the display product list, that's from where we can get that. So over here if you see we have this product cart item, and in display product list we can get the user information like this. Okay, and once we have that information we can simply pass to the product cart item as a user. Okay, so simple. Now once you are in the product cart item, and once we pass this result all the information to the body, we'll just return the result. We'll see whether we are getting our data is getting inserted or not. So let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go over here and let me refresh the screen once. So obviously from any page it will work. Okay, it should work because we product cart item is unique throughout the application, so it's not worry about that one. So if I click on this add to cart item, and if you see, we got the data. Okay, now if I go to our database, also before testing, make sure inside the schema, instead of this varchar, because initially it was a varchar, so make sure it will be the integer. Okay, and then make the changes, because we are connecting to the product table ID, and the ID is of type integer, so you cannot save ID or integer to varchar, right? So that's the reason. And now let's go ahead and test. Let's say you want to add this particular record to cart. Let's click on add to cart, and boom, if you see, we got the result back, right? And if I go to the database, let's refresh the screen. Over here you will see the email which user added, the product ID, right, and the product information as well. Now one more important thing that we can do over here is we can also reference this email to the user's email. So simply I will copy similar structure over here. Okay, and over here we'll say email only, but we can connect this to the user's information. Okay, let's save it. Let's push these changes and we'll see how it look like. So I will push the change and its change is successful. Let's run the studio and I will refresh the screen, and if you see, it is connected to the user as well. Cool, right? So whenever you fetch user information or cart information, you will also get this cart information along with the user, or user information along with the cart, whatever, right? And you will see which user and which product is attached to this one. Cool, right? Obviously this will very helpful when you are fetching the record, and it's kind of normalization we are doing. We are just saving the necessary information and not all the information. Now it's time to add or create a new context, and in that one we need to add this cart information. Okay, so first thing we need to create a context, and creating context is one of the easiest way you can do. So go to the app folder. Inside that we'll create a new folder called context, and all context we can keep in this folder. Inside that we'll create cart context.jsx. Add a so we don't need to add default template, but here we just need to write export constant cart context is equal to create context. Okay, and once the context is created, in order to use it, right, you need to wrap your application inside this context provider. So simply inside the provider.js, okay, we can wrap this. So over here we'll say cart context.provider and then wrap it. Now initially you need to provide the default value to this provider. Now over here we'll define one state called constant cart set cart is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty, but obviously this cart state we need to pass something like this, and then save it. Once this is ready, now you can update your cart context from anywhere. Okay, so simply whenever you add a cart, right, simply I'm going to use this context over here. So we'll define a cart set cart is equal to use cart use context, and then inside that we'll say cart context. Now if you see over here, I use the curly braces, okay, and not the square braces. So make sure whenever you use the context, you have to use these curly braces, and whenever you got the data, we just need to add the set cart, and you can update with the result.data if you want, or simply I'm going to add the product information. Okay, obviously now whenever you update product information, you have to make sure you will add the previous cart information, and then you will append that new product, or you will push that new product information. Okay, and now inside the cart we have the actual data. Perfect. Now whenever we are adding a record into the cart, right, it will take some time because we are using the or we are pushing data to the server, right, or database. So for that one, I will maintain one state called loading, and initially we'll make this false. Whenever you click on add to cart, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now simply at this button where we have the add to cart button, right? Over here I'm going to write a condition if loading is true, or maybe we can, instead of that one, we can just say disable when the loading is true. Okay, we can keep this as simple as that. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So now in this case, if I refresh this, right, and you can observe the buttons. Okay, so we have one error that it's saying, let me click on this one, and receive false non-boolean attribute disable. Okay, so over here for this button we have the disable. Okay, so this attribute, the spelling mistake. Now we are good, perfect. Now if I add any of the item, let's say let's added this item, and if you see for a moment it was disabled and now it is actually added successfully. Inside the database, if I refresh it, you will see the new record get added with the product ID and the product information is attached to it. Cool, right? Now obviously it also updated in the context as well because we are saving that one, but we have to make sure whenever we refresh the data, right, the context will be null again in this case, right, when we refresh it. So we have to update that one. So simply we'll write and get API call in order to get the cart information. So inside the API cart over here, we'll simply write export constant function get request, and obviously it has a request. Now to this get request, right, obviously we will return the next response dot JSON. Also over here it need to be export async function, and then we can get the search params first is equal to new URL and request dot URL, and then we can get constant search the email, because on the basis of email we may need to fetch the user information, right? So over here we say constant email is equal to search params dot get and then the ID which is email. That's all, and then we'll get the email information. Now over here we say constant result is equal to await db dot select from cart table, and obviously we'll say where equal to cart table dot email which matches with the email which we get it from the request body or inside the query parameter, right? But over here from the cart we will only get this cart information, right? But we also need a product details. So in order to get the product details, we need to join this one and we need to get all the column from the product table. So inside the select we will write get table columns, okay, and then we need to mention which column, so which is this product table, and it will only work because we connected these two table with the reference, right? And then after the from we'll need to join this one with the product table and on the column, so equal to we'll say cart table dot product ID which matches with the product table dot ID, right? And then we'll get the information. Now once we have the result, we'll simply return this result and save it. Now this API we need to call inside our provider, okay? So whenever we have the information, we'll call this. So simply I'm going to call the method called constant get cart items, and inside the cart item we'll simply say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, we'll call API slash API slash cart question mark email is equal to, and then we need to pass the user email address, okay? And then once we pass it, okay, let me make this as async. and then we'll console the result, and we'll see whether we are getting data or not. Obviously this get cart item I'm going to call only when the user information is available. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let me refresh this one. If you see, we have two items, okay, in the cart, and if I go to this inspect panel and inside the console, let me refresh this, and I don't think so it is get call. Okay, so we have an error, okay, so and the error is saying that, okay, so we have some different error. Let's see inside the console what is the issue. So over here, if you scroll down a little bit, it's saying equal is not defined. So inside this our route, we forgot to define this equal. So make sure inner join, I don't think so we need it, but we have to make sure to import the equal. Okay, now if I refresh this screen, you will see under the provider on line 26 we got the data, and in that cart we have these two items. Cool, right? Now whatever the item we got it, okay, we need to save inside our state, and which we already have this state. So simply I will say set cart result dot data, and that's all you need to do. Perfect. Now let's save this one, and obviously whenever you refresh you will see that. Now once we have cart items inside our context, we're gonna update this number over here. Okay, so nearby card icon we can add that one. So we can even add a badge. So simply let me close all of this tab and simply go to the header. Inside the header we have the shopping bag. Okay, so I will wrap this in a h2 tag, not h2 but will tag wrap it in a div, and inside that I will put the shopping bag. Along with I will also put a badge component. Inside that let's add for example 3, and let's see how it looks. And this is 3 showing just below to that one, but let's add a class name. We'll add a background as a, let's say, black, and save. Perfect, right? Also whenever we hover on this one, we'll make a background black only. And over here we need to actually show the number, but before that I will make this flex and item to be in the center. Perfect, right? And this is your number is showing on the screen. If you want to make this rounded, let's try to make this a rounded full, and we'll give padding y to 1. Let's see how it looks. Much better, right? And I think this is good for us. Okay, now other thing we need to do, we need to show actual number. So simply we need to get a context data over here. So I will write cart set cart is equal to use context, and we'll say cart context, and simply we just need to show the cart number, means length, right? So over here I will just add cart dot length, and right now if I refresh this, you will see the cart number will update. I'm not sure. Okay, now it's updated to 2. See, perfect, right? So that's how guys you can update the cart number as well. Now let's say you added something, right? Let's add you added this new record, and immediately without refreshing the screen this cart number updated as well. How cool it is, right? And obviously in the database you will see we have these 3 records which belong to this particular user email. Now next thing, we need to show whatever the item which we added in the cart, we need to show in a sidebar. So for that one I'm going to use a retro tail UI's sidebar, or which we can call is at a sheet. Okay, it's quite easy to integrate. First let's copy the Shatsion npm install component. So over here inside the terminal we'll add that one, then we'll copy this all the code, and we'll simply paste inside this sheet.jsx. We'll remove the existing one and we'll paste new one. And in order to use this one, right, you can see this example. So for that one, I'm going to create a component inside this root component folder, and we can call it as a this is component, right? Cart list.jsx. Add this as a default template and save it. Now simply I will import this sheet import statement, and then I will add this use case as it is and save it. Now in order to trigger this car list, right, I'm going to pass a children, okay, and obviously over here as a children, and inside the header, okay, where we have this shopping bag and badge, let me format this doc. Instead of this one, we are going to add the sheet over here. So we'll say cart list, right, and inside this cart list we will pass this as our children. Maybe I think, wait, let me undo this all of these things, and let me put this over here, cart list, and inside that now we'll put this div, okay, and save it. And now if I go back, you will see nothing get changed on the header. Even though if I refresh it, you will see the header will not get changed, okay. But the interesting part is, as soon as I click on this one, right, you will see the side navigation is open, right? Cool. So that you can see what are the items you have in the cart, okay. So now let's show all the list of item which is inside the cart. So let's go to this cart list, and instead of fetching this from the server, we'll just fetch it from the cart, comma. So obviously this is from the context only we can fetch. And the cart context, okay. Now once we have the data over here, I will say cart, and inside the description we need to display that all the list, and over here I will just simply add your all cart item listed here, okay, something like simple text, and obviously I will wrap this in a div. Inside that we'll add this h2 tag. Over here, I don't know why it's showing this error. It cannot be descended of p, this will cause hydration error. Interesting. So let's mark this as a child. Maybe it's work. Okay, perfect. And now we have this section. Perfect. Now let's just display these cart items which we added. So obviously for that one, we'll add a div, and inside that we need to iterate this cart items. So here we'll say product, comma, index, the arrow function. Here we need to create a new component in order to display that cart item. So over here we'll say cart product item dot jsx. Let's add a default template for that one, and let's import that cart product item. And key as an index. Now obviously to this one we'll pass the product as a product and save. Now let's go to this cart product item. Over here we'll accept the product information, and then we need to display the list of product. Now we're gonna keep this simple. We on the sidebar we're gonna show the image, the product name, amount of that product, and then the delete option. At the bottom, obviously I'm going to show the checkout button. So this will be a checkout button, and then over here we're gonna show the total amount, right? What is the total amount and all. So that information we can show just above this checkout button. So let's go back and quickly implement this. So first thing, we'll add a div inside that, or not div, but let's add an image only. But I want to show this as a card, so we'll put this card first, and then we'll show the image, the source. Over here we'll say product dot image, URL, I hope so. Alt will say image over here for now. Okay, so for alt tag obviously we need to give the product dot title. The width will be 100, height will be 100, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see that product images. Okay, obviously let me give some Tailwind CSS class name with a height of 100 pixel and width of 100 pixel. Over here we'll say object cover. Okay, and I think this is, we can make it 70 only. And for the, if I go to this car list, we'll add a class name and we'll give gap of 5. We'll make it flex column and then gap. Perfect, right? I think gap 5 is too much. Let's make it 2. Okay, perfect. And then once we have this information, we need to show some information there like name and all. So over here we'll add an h2 tag. Inside that we'll gonna show product dot title. For this one we'll add a class name, font bold, and the price. And here we'll make yellow 600. Okay, now both the text are here. Over here I will give a price. We'll make text large, and for this card let me make class name as a flex and gap to 5. Perfect, right? And I think we can bring this in a center, or we can keep like this. Okay, and if user don't want these particular things, he can delete that one as well. So we're gonna simply write a text called remove, so it will just remove that one. So over here we'll say remove. Okay, and over here we'll say class name text red, and we'll give 500. Okay, so on this button obviously we'll make cursor pointer so that user can remove this particular cart item from the list. Just make this image size little bit smaller, so let's make it 70 pixel, and I think this is much better now. And from the cart list I'm gonna give some margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, now this is how your cart item will look like. At the bottom obviously we need to show the total and all. Next we're gonna show the total amount. So over here I will add a div, and inside the h2 tag I will say total. Okay, and also we'll add a span tag with an amount. Obviously we need to calculate the total, so obviously I will create a method which will calculate the total amount. Now in order to calculate, is quite easy. First we will define the total is equal to 0 for example, and then I will use the cart dot for each item, and from this item we'll get the price. So simply we'll say total is equal to total plus item dot price. Okay, and then we'll return the total value. Now this calculate total obviously we already call, and we'll get the result over here. Now let's save it and let's see whether we got the data or not. That's interesting. So it's get appended. Obviously we need to convert this into a number. And then we'll get the total amount. Perfect. Obviously we'll add some styling to this div. So we'll say class name font bold text to Excel, and we'll say justify between, something like this. Okay, let me margin top to 10, and also we'll make this as a flex. So we have the total and the amount. Let me add the dollar sign over here. Perfect. Okay. Next thing, we need to show the checkout button as well. So just below to this one, we'll add a button and it will say checkout, and we'll make class name width to be full. Perfect. Okay, and little bit I will give margin top to 3. So we have this checkout button as well. Now let's say you added this item into the cart, right? And over here you will see it is updated. Now if I click on this one, you will see the 4th item get added over here. Okay, cool. And then amount automatically will get updated, and then you have the checkout button to check out it. In front of this card, I think I can show some number, so which gives some good user interface. So over here we'll say cart dot length, and if I open this one, now we have this cart number. Perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can update this. One quick thing I want to update over here, that let me go to the product card item where we are adding into the cart, right? And we are waiting to insert the record into the cart, but before that only I will update the state over here. Okay, so what will happen, as soon as I added the item into the cart, let's say I added this item to the cart, it will immediately affect over here and I immediately will get the result. It will not wait to push it to the server. Okay, in background obviously it will push, but in meantime I can immediately get the result. Let's say you want to remove this item, right? On the click of remove, we have to make sure it will get removed. So inside this not product, but inside our cart product item, we're gonna write constant remove item, and over here we'll make an API call. Now on obviously we already have the product ID, but inside that one we need to also get or we can just get the product the record ID as well. In order to remove it, right, there's one quick change we need to do inside our cart route. Right now we are just fetching the product table, right, and along with that one we will also fetch all the columns from the cart table. Okay, so what it will do, it will also get the record ID which we needed, so this one, right, and on the basis of that we can just remove it like that, right? So what you can do, let me close all of this tab, and simply let me go back inside this cart product item over here where we are removing the item, right? So I can say, okay, obviously we need to write an API for that, the delete API. So inside the cart we'll say constant export async function delete request, and obviously it will return the next response dot JSON. It has a request, it has a empty for now, and then over here similar like this one, we can get the information, right? So from the search parameter we can get the product or record ID, and here we'll say record ID, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot let me see what is the, okay, delete, obviously table name we need to provide, which is the cart table dot I think this need to be a where clause, because on the condition we need to do it. Let me bring this down, where equal cart table dot ID matches with the record ID. Okay, and once it is deleted we'll simply write response as deleted. Perfect. Okay, and let's save this one. Now over here we'll just simply make a call constant result is equal to await db. not db, the Axios dot delete request. Inside that we need to call slash API slash cart and then record ID. Inside the record ID we need to pass product dot product, oh sorry, just ID I think, okay. And over here we'll make this as a async. This remove item we need to connect it to this button. So on click we'll call this remove item, okay. And here we're gonna show a toast message saying item removed. And also we also make sure we will also update the cart list, but we can update in a moment. But first we'll test this out whether it's working or not. Over here if you see we have 4 items and let's remove this one, okay. Now as soon as removed we got the toast message saying it is removed, and over here it's saying deleted. Now if I go back to our database, here you will see now from the 4 it's now 3 record. Cool, right? It means it is working, but it's not reflecting inside the cart. It means we need to update our cart list. So simply over here we'll say constant cart comma set cart is equal to use context, okay. And inside the context we'll use cart context. Obviously in order to update the cart context, right, over here first thing what I will do, I will write constant cart list is equal to, we'll say await, not await, but here we'll say cart dot filter the item comma filter the item only, and here we'll say item dot id if is not equal to product dot id, okay. So obviously we will just filtering out this one, and once it filter out we'll set the cart with the cart list, and just the says I will put this above this API call, okay. So what is happening, so we have the cart and we are just filtering out, and with this particular condition if it's not equal, then whatever the item which is not equal to this one, just get it and put it in the cart. So if I go over here, let me refresh this one because we only have the 3 cart now, sorry 3 item in the cart, and if I remove this one, boom, if you see it's get removed, so quick, right. And in background obviously in the database it also get updated. Now let's add this item, okay. Now in meantime the item is get added, and now we have 3 items. If you want to remove, you can remove it, and immediately the total also will get updated. So that's how guys you can add a functionality where you can add to cart function into your e-commerce application. Now before moving to the next, we have some quick fixes over here. So right now if I go to the product detail, this add to cart button is not working at all, see. But other add to cart if I do over here, this is working perfectly fine, okay. But if I open it and then if I click on this one, it's not working. So to fix it, right, we can create a new component called add to cart, and this add to cart button logic and that button we can keep in that folder. So simply I will create add to cart button.jsx file, add a default template, and simply first thing I am going to do is to copy this line of code over here, okay. Obviously we'll use this both the things, and we'll use, make sure to import this context, cart context, and use state as well. And now this add to cart we need to connect to the button, so I will also remove the button from here. So simply I will copy everything from editable to, I think this all of this information. So copy all of these things, move over here, and we'll paste it. Oh, let's paste inside the div, okay. Now over here we need to get editable, then make sure to import the button, then we need this product editable options, and then more vertical icon as well, okay. Let me format this document, and then we'll gonna simply accept a couple of things. the first, obviously we want this editable or not, we'll get to know, and that's the only thing we need to get it. Okay, now let's use this add to cart button over here and just send this editable property to editable. So this need to be a button, add to cart button. That's good. Let's save it and let's check that everywhere else is fine. Now if I click on this add to cart, and it's working perfectly fine, right? Now obviously same button component I'm going to use to display over here. So let's go to this product detail page. So inside this route we have the explore, and inside that we have product ID, and inside the page.jsx file we have the button called add to cart, right? Now instead of this button we'll use add to cart button, and I will just comment this out. Let me refresh this, and now we have this add to cart button. Okay, over here if you want to send some parameter like size, okay, you can send it. Width, if you want to send width, you can send that as well. Let's keep this width aside for now, and let's get the size only. Or there is another way that you can do it, or let's get the size immediately. So we have the size, and this size I'm going to apply over here as a size. Okay, and if size is not mentioned, the default I will keep it as a small. Okay, let's save it, and now this button size is increases. Now if you want the full size button, right, let's give the class name and make it width to be full. So the button is full, but for other places it will stay same because we give the some margin and all, right? And if I refresh it, everything is working fine. Now let's open and click add to cart. Okay, so over here if you see it's saying product is not defined, obviously to this one we also need to send product information. So let's send from this one. So we'll say product as product, and same thing you need to do it from the product cart item. So this over here as well you need to show it the product information. Okay, now we are all good. Let's try to add a cart. Okay, still we have error saying Axios problem. Let me refresh this, and yeah, we have this problem. Let's see what's the issue. So over here if I go to the API endpoints, it's look good to me. Axios is not defined, sorry, my bad, I did not read correctly, but obviously inside this add to cart button you have to make sure the Axios is imported. Okay, and let me refresh this now, and if I do the add to cart, you will see it is added to the cart, but it's not, it's showing the user is not defined, and I always knew error. So let's define the user information over here because we need to send the user email ID. And I think now we are good, right? If I click add to cart, oh, let me refresh this and say add to cart. Now it's item added to cart, perfect, right? And obviously it will work for this button as well. So let's try this one, and it's work, right? And we have this information, cool, right? So that's how guys you can make the change. Okay, it's quite easy, but make sure that you will update it. Now it's time to create a checkout button. So once user click on the checkout button over here, okay, on the cart section, then we are going to navigate on the checkout button, and on that screen as well we are going to show the all the product list. Obviously from there we are also giving option to remove the product at the time of checkout. Okay, and then we're gonna show the total amount and the payment button, okay, where user can make a payment. So in this course we're gonna use a PayPal. Many user asked me the put it in the comment that Stripe payment gateway was not working, and that's the reason I am coming with the PayPal again. It's quite easy to integrate as well. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and we'll create a new route called checkout. So simply let's go to this route folder, and inside that we'll say checkout, and we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and we'll say checkout, and then save it. Now on this page, first thing we need to get the cart information, right? Now obviously from the cart context we can get that one. So here we'll simply get the cart, set cart is equal to use context, and then we'll say cart context. Now if you see, we don't need to fetch everything from the server, right? Because context has already all the information, and that's the reason it's quite easy for us. Okay, once you're done with this one, let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll say checkout. I will give class name font bold and then text 3XL. If I go to the checkout page, obviously on the click of this button, we have to make sure we'll navigate to the checkout page. So over here I will go to this cart list where we have this checkout button, and simply I will add a link hrefs/checkout. Then I will put the button inside this link tag and then save it. Now if I click on this checkout button, let me refresh the screen first, and once we are here, go to the checkout, and then it should navigate to the checkout page, but we have some error. So it's saying create context, and obviously because we need to make this page on the client side, and now we are on the checkout page. Perfect. Obviously I will give some margin from the top, so over here we'll say margin top to 10, and then inside here we need to display the product list which user are planning to buy. So over here instead of showing like this in one row, we can actually divide the screen into two sections. We can show on the left hand side with the product information, and on the right hand side we can show payment option. So first thing, let's add a div, and we can add a class name grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium or larger we can make grid column 2. Okay, now let's add two div. Now obviously for first div we're gonna display the cart information. So simply I will add a cart dot map product comma index and the arrow function. Now here the layout of the cart item or checkout item will be little bit different. Okay, so let's add that one. So over here I will say checkout product item dot jsx, add a default template, and simply over here I will say checkout product item. Over here we'll say product, something like this. Okay, also we'll give key as an index and then save it. Now if I refresh it, if you see we have the 4 items, that's the reason it's showing 4 times. Okay, and let's go to this checkout product item. Inside that we'll add a card component first, and inside this card component first I will show the image source. Inside this image, obviously first thing we need to get the product from here, and then we can show product dot image URL. Okay, then I'll tag, I will give the product name over here, product title, and then we can add a width, let's say 100, height is of 100, and let's see, perfect. See, okay. We'll also give some padding. So for this card we'll add a class name and we'll give a padding of, let's say, 3, or we'll make it 5. Okay, 5 is too much, let's make it 3 only. And for the inside the page.jsx, over here we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid, but we have to make sure we'll give some gap, like let's say 3, or maybe we can make it flex column. Perfect. Okay, After that, we need to show the name of the product, the price, and option to remove. So over here, I will add a h2 tag, and inside that, okay, let's add div tag, and inside that I'm gonna show product title. Okay, class name will make font medium and text larger, and below that obviously we also add the category. So we'll say product dot category, and then we're gonna add an option to remove. So over here we'll say text red 500. Okay, and for this one I will add a class name text gray color, and this is how it will look like. Okay, now obviously we need to bring in one line. So simply for this card we can make it flex and gap of 5. Okay, and at the last we also want to add the button. Right now I will just make sure I will wrap this div over here, something like this, and then I'm going to add not a button, but I'm going to add a pricing. So we'll say product dot price. Okay, we'll say dollar over here, and we'll make it class font bold, text larger. Perfect, right? Now let's bring everything in one line. For over here we'll make it not here but inside this div we'll make it flex gap of 5, and for this one we'll make justify between, so the price at the end, and then we have this information, right? If you want, you can bring in you can just make item to be in the center, so it will be in the center of the screen. Perfect, right? One more thing from the page.jsx, for this grid div I will give margin top to 5. Okay, and for this image let's give object. So for this image we'll add a class name, and we'll say object cover. Okay, and height of let's say 80 pixel, width of 80 pixel. Perfect, I think this is much better. Next we have this checkout information, and now obviously on the remove we have to make sure it will get removed from the cart, right, from this list as well. So simply, if you remember, inside this cart list we already not cart list but inside this cart product item we already have this remove item component, right? So simply, instead of rewriting this, right, I will just create a new component. Okay, and in that one I will just put this particular remove button logic. So I will create a new component called remove from cart.jsx now, and just add a default template. Okay, now inside this one we'll just put this all the things. Okay, now make sure to import the use context, make sure to import cart text, and then I think this Axios as well. Okay, and toast too, and then also I'm going to remove button from here and we'll paste it inside this one. Okay, we only have this button, that's fine, and save it. Now instead of this h2 tag we'll just import this remove from cart button or section. Okay, and to this one we are going to pass the product information. Okay, if we need this one, we need the product information, so we make sure to pass that. Okay, and in meantime if I go over here, if you see, if I remove this one it will get removed, but immediately on the left hand side you will see it also removed from the cart. So cool, kind of cool thing, right? So that's good. Now also remove from cart you can directly use inside your checkout page. So over here only, instead of this remove I will directly use this remove cart component. Okay, but only thing that you have to do, you have to pass the product information and then save it. Okay, now if I remove from here, boom, it's get removed. Okay, cool, right? Perfect. Now next thing, on the right hand side you need to add the total payment information and everything. And just below this checkout, I'm also going to add an email address. Okay, or we can skip that because we are going to send an confirmation email on the same email ID which user registered. Okay, so we can skip that thing. So let's format this and save it. Now let's go back to our checkout page.jsx file, and inside this section now we need to calculate the total amount. So over here I'm going to create a component. Okay, and here, or we can keep it here, then that's fine. Let's create a card and we'll give a class name is equal to padding of, let's say, 5, and over here we'll add s2 tag with the total. Okay, then we'll add span tag, and inside that we need to write amount. Obviously we need to calculate the amount, so I will use the existing logic. So from the cart list we are calculating this total, so same thing I'm going to do, just I will just call this calculate method. Then we'll do class name, font bold, text make it to Excel, and we'll make it flex and justify between, and this is how it will look like. Obviously we need to give some gap over here, so for this grid we can give gap of 10. Okay, perfect. Now let's add some more items. So simply let's go to this home page. Let's go to the home page, and inside the home page we can add some more item. Let's add this item, let's add this item as well. Now if you see we have 3 items, click checkout, and on the checkout now we have 3 items, and this is the total. Cool. Let's add $sign. Now next, once we're done with this one, right, over here we gonna add the horizontal line. Maybe we can add that one, and we'll add a class name, margin y to 5, border black, and save it. And then we're gonna give option user to make a payment. Just before that one we can add a p tag, your payment receipt, and product delivery, and product will be delivered, or we can say and product will be delivered to your email, to your registered email ID. Okay, perfect. And save this one, and then we're gonna add the payment button method. Okay, obviously that we can add it later on, because in the next chapter we're gonna add the payment integration to our application. But until this point, this is very important to understand this particular scenario. Okay, because of the use of context, right, our state is updating everywhere throughout the application, so you don't need to make any trigger or something like that. Immediately is getting updated, and that's kind of cool feature that we added. So if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. I also keep the Discord link in the description, so you can ask question to all the developers which join the Discord channel. Okay, so it will be easy for me, for everyone, that they can see the any issue if you face, and you can ask the question on my Discord channel. Now we are going to integrate the payment gateway, and for that one we are going to use a PayPal. But before that, let's walk through the workflow, how it gonna use it inside our application. Now once user click on this PayPal button, which we are going to integrate with the help of PayPal React SDK, and then we need to create an PayPal order inside through that PayPal button. If once user make a payment and everything goes successfully, then obviously we need to save the order detail to our database. Okay, into our database with all the information. Then we need to send an email with a receipt and the order content which we want to deliver to that particular user. And after that, we have to make sure we'll delete the cart item for that particular user, and then we'll redirect to the success page. But obviously, if the payment is not successful, then we'll show some kind of cancel notification message. Now, in order to integrate the PayPal payment gateway, we are going to use a React PayPal SDK, and it's quite easy to integrate and very easy to add to any web application like React. And let's go to the developer.paypal.com, and that's where you need to create an account. Currently I'm on sandbox mode, so whenever you are developing on your local machine, you can go to the sandbox mode, and once it is deployed, you can just change it to a live mode. Okay, so right now let's move to the sandbox mode, and most important thing you need to do is to go to this API credential. Inside this API credential, I already have the application created, but if you don't have an application, make sure to create a new app, and it will give you the client ID and the secret key. Now let's move to this PayPal SDK, and first thing, let's copy this npm command and then install it into your application. After that, once it is installed, let's go back over here, and you need to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider. So I will copy this, go to your layout file, or you can go to the provider because we already created the provider.js file, and inside here I will wrap it like this. Okay, so make sure to wrap it inside this cart context provider, okay, so that we can use the cart context. Now inside here, if you see, we need to provide the client ID. Now simply go to this PayPal developer account and copy this client ID. Go to your .env.local file or .env file, and make sure to create next public PayPal client ID is equal to, and paste this key. Now save this one, go to the provider, and simply over here we'll say process.env and the environment key for the PayPal client ID, and save it. Okay, now your PayPal script provider, we already use it and wrap our application into that one. Next thing we need to do, that we can simply use the button. Okay, so wherever you want to use, you can just simply add this PayPal button component. So in this case, after this h2 tag, I will just add this button over here, and we'll make this PayPal button and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this, and inside this checkout page you will see the PayPal button will appear. So right now it's loading. A quick thing, I think inside the provider, right, make sure to import this PayPal script provider, and also make sure to import this PayPal button. I think we already imported this PayPal button. Okay, that's good. And now if you see, we have this two option, PayPal later, right? Now obviously over here we'll give some margin. So I will wrap this in a div first, and then we'll add a class name, margin top to 10, some space, perfect. And then you can make a payment. Now if I click on this PayPal, right, and it will redirect me to this PayPal account. Obviously if you want to pay with the PayPal account, you can pay it. Otherwise you also have option to pay with a debit or credit card. If I click on this one, it will redirect you to this payment page gateway. But over here, if you see, the amount is not the correct amount, right? Obviously if you see in the background, or maybe over here, the amount is $97, but it's showing $0.01. That's because we need to create an order with this amount. Now in order to create an amount, with that amount, you just need to add some of the things. So inside here we need to create a new order. So over here we'll say create order, and inside that it has a data and the action, then the arrow function. Over here we'll simply return the action dot order dot create, and inside here we can mention the purchase unit, and inside again we'll say amount. Okay, now inside amount we have two fields. One is the value, Now value is nothing but the total amount, so this calculate total I will directly use over here. And the second thing is the currency code. So in this case I am doing for USD, so I will put the USD. Obviously you can change the currency code. If you are doing for in Indian rupees, you can add INR over here. And then once the order is created, now you can see it. Also after this, let me bring this down. It also have two more callback function on approval. So maybe I will write just before this one, on approve, see, okay. And on approve it will call once the payment is successful. You can just call the method call on payment success, okay, and we'll create this method obviously. So over here we'll add on payment success like this. Oh, sorry. Okay, and here we'll say payment success. Just I'm consoling this. And one more callback method, which is on cancel. If it's cancel, then right now I will just showing the toast message saying payment failed, and save. Now if I go back, so let's go over here. Let me refresh the screen once because we made some changes. So we have two error. One, div cannot be descendant of P. Okay, so this error because of maybe this batch or what, not sure, but let's make this as a add child. Maybe we added P in inside the batch, maybe that's the reason. Okay, now if I go to this PayPal, okay, so we again have one more error. Let me refresh this. Oh, that's weird. So we cannot add child over here. So simply what we can do, we can remove this batch from here and we can put it outside of this P tag. Okay, and if I refresh this screen, now we are good. If I click PayPal, this is different error. Let me go to this inspect panel and go to the console. And inside the console over here, if you see, we have the error called checkout order return and some amount something cannot be 0 or negative. Okay, the reason that is coming because when we calculate total, right, it's taking some time to get the data. So over here we can simply call this method and we'll show this button only when the total amount is ready. Okay, so we'll add and operator, and then only we can call this method. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen now and we'll click on this PayPal button and now it works. Okay, it works, but it going behind this page, right? See, okay, now you have option to pay with the debit and credit card. And now I will put some details, right? So over here I will put the card information. Here we'll add some CVV. This is just a testing card which you can get it from the PayPal testing document page. Here we'll add some details, some street address, state we can add, the code, and I think we are good. And once you click on this pay now, and obviously it will correct our address, that's good. And then we'll select continue and we'll see whether we are getting, and it's saying thanks for making payment. And now inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and over here you will see the console called payment success, because on payment success we are calling this method, and inside that will console the payment success, right? And inside this PayPal dashboard you will see the checkout order. Okay, obviously this one is the old, but this is the new which we created, and this one is the error because we have some issue. But right now we have this order detail saying the order is successful, right? Obviously you can track all the details from here, what are the details you have and all of this information. Now after this order is completed, we have to make sure that we are going to save the order information into our database. So simply we need to create a new Let me close this tab, and we need to create a new table for it. So inside the schema.js, we'll create the new table. Now simply inside this schema.js, we'll create export constant. So I think export constant order table is equal to pg table. Here we'll say orders, and then we need to add a value. Let's add a id, then we'll add the user email who created this order, then we want the product id, and obviously we'll keep everything as the same like this only, and I think that's all we want. If you need anything else, we can add it later on and then save it. Now simply we'll push this database changes, and that's where the neon is quite easy with the drizzle, right? And I will push these changes. It's saying the changes successful, and then we'll run the studio. I will just make sure by refreshing this studio that everything is working properly, and now we have the new table called orders. Now in order to save this all order details, obviously we need to make an API call. So under this API folder, we'll create a new folder called order, and inside this we'll create a route.js file. We'll make it JSX, and simply here we'll say export async function post request, and we'll return the next response dot JSON and the empty value. Now over here, first thing we need to do is to get order detail. Okay, then we need to insert record to order table, and then we need to delete the cart item, or delete user cart item. We'll say delete user cart item. Okay, so let's do one by one. First thing, we need to get the order details. So I will just go to the payment page or checkout page. So let's go to the route where we have the, where is route? Yeah, and inside this route we have checkout page, and inside that we have page.jsx. Now on payment success, okay, here we'll simply make an API call. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. Here we'll say /API/order, and then we need to pass the request body. So here we'll say order detail is equal to, and we need to pass all the cart data to this one. Okay, something like this. Here we'll make this async, and obviously I will console the result. Perfect. Okay, now once this is this API get call, obviously we are passing this order detail inside the body. So inside this request JSON, we'll just accept this. So we'll say constant, and we'll say order detail is equal to await request dot JSON. Perfect, right? Now we have the order details, right? Now I will just console these order details so that we can just test this out, that we are getting all the order details. So, and inside the page.jsx, inside this checkout, I will also create one button. Okay, just to verify that we'll create a button and create order. Okay, with the name create order, and for this button I will add on click method, and will connect to this on payment success. Okay, so simply what we are going to do, on the click of that one, we'll call this method and we'll make API call. Obviously it will happen only when the payment is successful, but for testing I don't want to go all the workflow like making payment, add the card details and all. Let me refresh this once, and if you see, we have the button called create order. Now if I go to the network tab and make and create order, let me close this, and you will see the order API get call. Inside the payload we pass the order details, and inside the preview we got the information. Cool. Now let's go to this route.js, means we are getting the information. Now over here depends on how many product you have, right? That much time you need to insert the record. But you can also insert multiple record at once. So if you go to this drizzle documentation, here you will say how to add, insert or multiple rows, right? Over here you need to get the field, and then you need to add that much field inside this value, okay? But you can do that as well. So obviously in order to get that, you need to map this data, okay? So over here we'll say constant. So in order to do that, I'm gonna simply write a, let's say let order list, okay, and then we'll do order detail dot for each order, okay, and over here we'll simply add order list dot push, and then we need a email, the user email. Obviously we need to get this user email as well, okay. So we'll pass it as an email, and then we want a product ID. So product ID will be the order dot product ID, okay. And this is the only thing that we need it, because inside our database, okay, let me go over here. In the order we have only email and the product ID. The user and product, obviously this is the reference, so we don't need that, okay, but only these two things we need it. And once we have this order list, obviously now you can make await result is equal to, over here this will be a constant, sorry, and here we'll say await db dot, make sure to import this db, then insert the table name, which is the order table, make sure to import that schema name dot values, and inside this value you can just pass this order list like this, okay. And once it is successfully inserted, obviously we need to delete it, okay. So for the delete I will write constant delete result is equal to await db dot delete the card from the card table, and dot where, here we'll say equal to card table dot email matches with the email, okay. So these are the thing we route, perfect. And once everything is deleted, over here we'll simply say the result, okay, perfect. And now make sure from the page we also send an user email. So we already have the user information which we are getting from the clerk, and here we'll say the email will be user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Now let's take this scenario. So over here let me go back to our application. Now we have this create order button, okay. Obviously this one will execute only when the payment is successful. Now I will just go to the inspect panel, and inside this network tab we can see the API call. So let's click on this create order, and if you see the order is successful when, perfect. If I go to the order detail, so if I refresh it, you will see this two order, right, which is get inserted to the order, but inside the card item you don't see anything, because for that user the cart information is deleted, and now the cart should be empty. If I refresh this one, you will see the cart is empty. Now obviously once everything is successful, right, we have to make sure that our cart is getting empty. So we need to, here we'll say if result, okay, then we need to set the cart to the empty value, okay, something like this. And over here I want to add a loading, so let me remove this, and over here we'll add the loading button. So over here we'll add loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be true, oh sorry, it will be false, and whenever you make a payment or when it's successful, we'll set the loading as a true, and once payment is successful, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay. Obviously, once the payment is successful, right, we also make sure that we will to show the toast message. We'll say order created successfully. Okay. And obviously we want to route it. Either you can route it to the new screen or you can simply route it to the user purchase screen. So over here we'll make a router is equal to use router, and instead of creating, I will not create new page now, but I will just simply route user to the new screen. So over here we'll say router dot push, or we'll say replace actually, so it will not come back to the same page, and here we'll replace to the dashboard page. Perfect. Okay, so that's how it works. Now let's save everything and let's test this out. So let me go back, and now if you see our cart is empty, let's add some item. Let's say you want to add this illustration, this UI kit. Now 2 items get added. I will go to the checkout. So right now, okay, so we got error related to the router. So this router we need to make sure is importing from the next/navigation. Okay, and let me refresh it now, and if you see, it's successful. Now let's make a payment. So I will just select the account, I will log in it. I need to pay with a debit and credit card, and over here you will see the amount, and this amount is matching. That's pretty good. Now in order to get this test card when you are in development, either you can go to the dashboard home page, and over here I think we have option called credit card generator, and from there you can generate the credit card. See, okay, so just copy this one, and let me go back over here, yeah, and I will paste this card information, then the 226907. Okay, so 907 226, and then we'll add the details. And let's say pay now. Okay, it's correcting the address. That's good. Now we are waiting. It's saying thanks for using PayPal. It means our payment is successful. And over here it's saying order created successfully. Perfect. Let's go to the database. And not only that, if you see, our cart is empty now, and it's redirect us to the dashboard page, right? Obviously under the purchase section we are going to show the purchase history as well, but before that let's go to this cart history. I refresh this and you will see these 2 new order, and in the cart we don't have any order, right? So that's how, guys, you can make a payment, create an order and save it to your database. Obviously most interesting and most useful part over here that we are going to implement is sending an email, right? And obviously we delete the cart and all of this, but only thing now is pending is the send an email. That is a very interesting part that we are going to see next. Now it's time to send an email once user place the order, right? And in order to send an email, we need to first create a template in order to send an email, and once we have the template ready, then we want to use email service provider to send an email. But in order to generate or create a template, we are going to use the react.email. This is very powerful image template or template writing library, and it's very easy to integrate as well. So simply go to this react.email and just click on this explore components, and inside the explore component we will see a different component like e-commerce, gallery, and there are bunch of others as well. Okay, and let's go to the React email and let's get started. So over here I think you have docs option, go to there and just select the installation step. Now over here you need to select the manual setup. In automatic setup it means you are starting everything from the scratch, but in manual setup obviously we already have the project, and that's the reason we are selecting this manual setup. Now inside here, first thing you need to do is to install this dependency. So I will copy this both the dependency, go back to your application, and inside the terminal we'll just paste this. So it will install the React email along with the React email components. So this React email components has their own components and which help us to build your template or write your email template much faster. After that, you can add this script in order to run your email template studio kind of thing, okay, locally. So simply this is the command, okay. So either you can run directly or you can just put it inside your package.json file. So I will just go to this package.json file, and over here inside this script section I will add a new script called email, and inside that we'll put this email dev. And after that, this is the simple way that you can write a template. Now in order to do that, you need to create an emails folder. So inside the root directory I will create an emails folder, and inside that you need to create an email. So you can write anything. So I will just create a name called email only, and inside that I will just paste this one. I will make sure it's a JSX and then paste this code, okay. Now if you see, this is the HTML button tag, but this component is from this React email component, and this is simple button, okay, in the email. But let's save it, and now let's run command called npm run email, because we already have the script for the email. So click enter, and you will see on the port 3001 you will see this React email and your template, okay. Obviously whatever the templates you're gonna add inside this email folder, you can see over here. Now if I click on this one, you will see this simple button, right? And on that button obviously it's moving, jumping to the another URL, but this is your email template. But that's not look good, right? Now in order to write an email from the scratch, that also you can do it, because they are already providing the lot of different templates. But if you are not interested writing everything, just go to this React email documentation, and here you will see an option called examples. Just click on that one, and boom, you will see a different options, right? If you want a welcome image, you have the welcome template, the review template, reset password template, the receipt template which we wanted. So if you see, we have this Apple receipt and the Nike receipt, okay. Now in this case I'm going to use this Apple receipt because it fits in our content, right? If you see over here, we can show our product image, the title, the category, the link for the content which user can download, and amount, right? And we can also show the total amount, and all other detail we can just remove it, okay. Now the question is how to get this template. So simply once you select it, over here you have an option called code. Also you can also view in mobile view and the desktop view how it looks. But if I click on this code icon, you will see the React component. If you are using HTML, you can use HTML, but in our case we are using email. So I will just copy all of this content, okay. So simply copy this import, or you can even copy everything as it is, but I will copy one by one. And now over here I will paste. Next thing, we need to copy all of this content, okay. So just move your cursor until down, okay. So it also have the CSS and all. So I will just copy everything like this, okay. Maybe obviously if you see, we have lot of errors, but yeah, we will resolve in a moment. Okay, so instead of function, let me undo this one and let me copy everything. That will be good idea actually. So I will copy everything, okay, and I will paste it here. Obviously if you see, we have this constant because in TSX they are using TypeScript, so make sure to remove everything like this. So wherever you find, just remove this as constant. Let me search like this, and we'll just replace with the space. Boom, right? And now our template is ready. Now if you want to rename this template, you can just rename it to email order, okay, and then save it. And now your template is ready. Obviously you can go back to your local email preview, and over here you can check anytime. So right now it's saying Apple receipt email is not defined. Let me check what is the issue. So over here make sure to use or export this one. Okay, and let's see what's the issue again. So it's saying order email is not defined. That's interesting. Okay, so is email order, so below that also we need to add email order only. And now you will see your layout. Boom, right? How cool. Now obviously you can edit, delete the section which you don't want. For example, let's say you don't want this section, right? You simply remove that one. So just search that section. Let's say, okay, this is the section that we don't want. I will just remove it. And as soon as you remove it, you will see it's gone from the your preview, email preview as well, right? So that you can also check side by side how your email template will look like. Okay, so on it's very easy on the local machine to do that. So a couple of things I'm gonna remove. I will keep this one. Over here we can keep this one as well, and I will remove all of this part. Okay, so now if I go down, maybe this section I'm gonna remove it, or let's remove this complete section. And that's all we have now. Okay, perfect. Obviously you can now update according to your needs. Okay, but this is our best approach, and this is the simplest example for our template. Now next thing, the question is how can we send the email, right? And also how can we feed our data, because we want our data to send to the user, right? Obviously we can do that, but first thing we need to use the email service provider. Now if you go to this React email, and if you scroll down a little bit, you can integrate this with this some popular email service provider, right? Now one of the best and the free one is the Resend. Okay, so just click on this Resend, and there is a step-by-step example that how can you integrate it, right? So let's do that one as well. So first thing, let's copy this dependency and just go back to your application. I will open a new tab and I will paste here. So it will install the Resend SDK. After that, obviously we already have the email template, so we'll skip this step. And then in order to send an email, you can just use this code to send it, right? But before that, over here you will see that we need to initialize this Resend with the Resend API key. Okay, now in order to get this API key, just go to this Resend email, let's search it, and you will see this domain called resend.com. Okay, now this is official website. This is one of the top most email service provider, and is based in the developers community. And again, if you go to the pricing, you will see it's free of charge as well. Now simply sign in if you have an account. So sign in with the account. I will just log in it, and over here you will see I already use for my other application. But if you want to use, first thing you need to do, you need to generate the API key. So just go to this API key and click on this create API key. So I will rename this to digital e-commerce web 2.0, and you can give the permission you want sending access or full access. And let me select the domain as well. Okay, I already have the verified domain, so I will select to that particular domain. And if you want the full access, you can give the full access as well, and simply click add. Once you add this is very important, guys. You need to copy this API key, otherwise this API key will be, they will not show it again. Okay, they already informed that this you can only see this once. So copy this API key, simply go to the .env file, and inside here just add it. So here we'll add as a Resend API key is equal to, and I will paste this API key. Okay, now once it's done, I will say done, and your API key now is ready to use. Now simply inside our order API route, so inside this API we have the order API. In that one we are going to use this to send an email. So over here we'll simply write a method called constant send email, and inside that I will write a logic to send an email. So simply go to this documentation and I will copy everything as it is. So first you need to import this recent and then initialize this recent. So I will just initialize over here only, and here we will use process.env and then API key. Okay, make sure to import this recent. After that, inside this send email, this is the line of code that you need to use it. Perfect, right? Here I will make this as a async, and if you have anything we'll say result and we'll simply return the result. Okay, now this is very important again. Here we need to pass an email from where if you are going to send, right? Obviously when you are going to send an email you have to make sure the domain name should match. Okay, so right now if you see in my case this is the domain name, so this domain name should match. If you are not you don't have any domain, then Resend they will provide a free domain for you, so you can use their domain. So simply I will copy this domain and over here let's say dgstore at the domain mydomain.com. okay, then inside the you need to say add an email of the user who you want to send. Now right now I am going to hardcore. Okay, and subject you can say subject your order receipt, or you say order delivery receipt. Okay, and inside this email you need to import your email template. So in this case we'll say order email or email order. Let me see so this need to be email order. So I will import this as an email order. I don't know why it's not getting imported. Yeah, now imported. Okay, and then save it. Now simply call this send email wherever you want. So let's say once you delete all the data, here we can call send email, and we'll simply say constant send email result is equal to await and send email. Perfect, right? And if you want to console it, you can console over here, something like this, and then save it. So that's how guys you can send an email. Obviously here we provide the email template, so it will send this email template to this particular user from this particular email ID, and this is our subject. Let's test this scenario and we'll see whether we are getting an email or not. So I will just go back to this page, and obviously we already have this button. Okay, and I'll also go to the inspect panel just to see network tab if you have any error. So I will create an order, and the order is created. I'm redirecting to a new page, or sorry, the dashboard page. That's good. And now let's see whether we received an email or not. And over here this is my account, and you will see the new email just now we received. So if I open this email, you will see that our template. Cool, right? Obviously all the information, and this is the dummy data. Obviously we did not update anything over here yet, but we're gonna update in a moment. Okay, so over here is a broken image. Okay, so we'll replace this image as well, but right now we are good. Perfect. Now let's go to this. Okay, so inside this send email we need to send the order list. Okay, so now in order to send the order list, simply we already have this order list, if you remember, right? Sorry, the order detail. So we'll just pass this order detail to this send email method. Let me remove this, and then we'll accept it here as an order detail, and we'll pass the order detail as an order detail to this email order template. Now inside this email order template I will accept it here as a order detail, and now we have the data. Perfect. Here I will change this to dg store receipt. Then we'll update each of the things one by one. Now over here in this particular section, if you see, we have the row and all the details, right? And that's where we need to display our order list. So simply I'm going to use order detail dot map, and inside that we'll say item, or we'll say order comma index, and inside that we'll simply copy this and paste this row. Okay, let me format this first and let me go back over here. Now obviously first we need to show that image, so I will just replace this with an order dot image URL, okay, which is nothing but the our product image URL. Then we need to show the title of the product, so over here we'll simply say order dot title, and make sure you pass this one. Okay, also you have to make sure if the order detail is there, then only show this data. After that you can show the category over here, so order dot category, and you don't need this text, so I will just comment this out. Obviously over here we'll say download content, okay, and inside the download content we're gonna show the image, we're gonna just pass the image, the URL. Okay, so if I go to the database, I will just make sure inside the product section it's a file URL that we need to pass. So over here we'll say order dot file URL, and data save directory, I don't know what is this. Okay, so maybe over here we need to pass also. Okay, let me bring this inside the curly braces, and then we'll say order dot file URL. Okay, and here we have this download content. Maybe we don't need this link, so I will just comment this out. If you need later on, we can add. And over here we're gonna show the price. Inside the price we'll say order dot price. Okay, and obviously we need to calculate the total as well. So in order to calculate the total, we'll create a function called calculate total. Okay, and we'll calculate at the top over here, so constant calculate order, something like this. Oh, maybe not here. Maybe instead of doing some logic over here, we can pass the order total from this one only. Okay, so over here we can calculate the total order, and here I'm gonna pass total amount is equal to, and let's say $50. Okay, and this total amount I'm gonna accept over here. Obviously make sure to pass the total amount, which is the actual, by calculating here. For now I'm just passing the dummy. If you want the source code, you can get it from the link in the description, so you can access that, all the source code. And now let's go over here, and I will gonna simply pass this total amount, and that's all we have. Okay, now if I go to this email, obviously it will not show anything because we added a condition, right? Also this particular text I'm gonna change, and here we'll say start buying and selling digital content on DG store for free. Okay, and anything else? Okay, over here I'm going to change this with a logo.png, and we don't want this, all of this information. I will just remove all of this content, but obviously once you are in production, make sure to add that one. Here we'll say tube guruji inc, and that's all. Okay, perfect. So let's test this out, we'll see whether we are getting a data or not. Okay, so simply I'm gonna create an order from our application. So let's add a couple of things. let me close this tab, and over here I will add this one. Let's add this one as well. So we have the two products that we are going to make an checkout order. So we'll say create order. Okay, so we have the error in this case. Wow. So let's see why and where is this issue. So if I go to the terminal, you will see the product ID of relation orders violate null value. Okay, let's see why. So after refresh, let's refresh it once because maybe the data is not updated correctly. Now I created the order, it's saying order is successful, and inside our database the order is there. And if I go to the email, you will see the new message comes up. If I open this one, you will see all the product name, the category, the option to download the content, and is opening the content as well. That's pretty cool. The amount, total amount, the amount for each product, and everything is showing on the screen. Obviously the image is broken somehow, so maybe not sure the reason behind that. Let me copy this. I'm not sure why it's not showing, but yeah, we can fix this one by just going to the email.jsx file and then make sure that you are passing the correct image URL over here. Okay, it look like it's correct, maybe the image URL is not there, and over here I will just replace with the order dot title. Okay, so over here I simply change this image React image tag with the normal image HTML image tag, and now once you made this change, you will see your content is showing on the screen along with this logo and all of this information. Okay, now the last thing we need to fix is the send email to the specific user, right? So over here I'm gonna pass the user email and we'll pass it to the specific user. In this case we'll say user email, and make sure to send the user email as well. So over here we already have this email property, we're gonna send to this send email and then we'll get that email. Okay, and obviously over here we need to calculate the total. So let me get the method we already have, calculate total. I will use this same method over here. I will just copy this one and we'll paste it here. Okay, and now this will get the total for us. The only thing that we need to pass is the order detail, and then we have this item price, total, and then it will return total for us. Okay, let's save it, and that's all. Let's try it one more or last time. So I will add this product, let's add this product, let's add this product. So we added 3 products. Let's check out this one. Just simply make create order. Now order is created, the order created successfully. Now let's go to the email whether we received or not. So we'll refresh it. Here we got the result. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can send an email with the help of React email and resend. Obviously you can add the welcome email, and there are a lot of places that you can add that one. Now if you have any question, you can ask on my Discord channel anytime regarding this chapter as well. Now it's time to show the purchase history for that given user under this purchase tab. And as you know that we already have the order list which user buy it, right, inside this order table. So only thing that we need to get to fetch this are the orders for that given email. So let's go to the API. Under that we have order API, and you know that we use this post request to create a new order and one to send an email. Now over here I will create a new endpoint, and here we use to get user order list. Okay, so over here we'll say export async function, and this will be a get API call, and simply over here we'll say request, and inside that let's return the next response dot JSON. Now over here, instead of passing an email through the URL parameter, we'll directly get it using the use user hook, something like this. Okay, and then simply we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and then we need to provide the order information. So order table. Now obviously we need to get the product information as well. So over here we'll add a get product get table column, and then we need to pass the product detail column. So over here product table schema name, and then here we need to join that column using inner join with product table, and then on column, so equal to, here we'll pass product table dot id with order table dot product id. Okay, and last where equal to the order table dot email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. And if you want to order by, so you can order by descending order on order table dot id. Okay, so that's how you can do that. And once you get the result, simply return this result like this and save it. Okay, now let's simply call this get request inside the dashboard section. So inside the route we have this dashboard, and if I go to this page.jsx, we need to add the user order component. So inside this component we'll add purchase history .jsx component, add a default template, and simply import this purchase history component over here. Now if I go to this purchase history component, let's create a method called get purchase history is equal to the get request. Over here we say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and simply call /API /order. Make sure it's order only, yes, and simply we'll say console.log result first, and we'll check whether we are getting the result or not, and make this as a async, and then save it. Now let's call this method over here. So constant get purchase history, the use effect. Inside the use effect we need to call, and we'll say get purchase history and save it. And if I go back over here, let's go to the purchase, and we have the error. Okay, so the error, if I go to this terminal, so it's saying that user cannot use out on a server side. Okay, so it means inside the route.js the clerk updated their package that user cannot use on the server side. So simply what you can do, let's remove this one and use constant user is equal to await current user. Now make sure that once you import this current user, the input statement might be incorrect, so you have to just remove everything and go to this Next.js/server, and that's all, and save it, and everything will be as it is. Okay, and one more quick thing over here, inside the purchase history I will just return result.data and save it. Now if I go to this inspect panel, go to the console, and I will go to the listing, then purchase, you will see we got the data. Perfect, right, where we have these 5 products. Cool, right? And one quick more thing, you don't need to wrap this in a curly braces, so that it will get the exact result for you. See, now the last important thing you need to do is to display this all the product. So simply I will add s2 tag purchase history, I will add a class name, font bold, text 3XL, margin top to 5, and then simply I am going to use display product list, and to this display product list I am going to pass the product list. Obviously we need to save this in product list somewhere, so we will define one state, is equal to use state, and then we'll simply set that over here, and initially it will be empty, and then pass this product list. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out, and boom, if you see, we have the result. Obviously we are not fetching the user, so that's the reason user is not showing over here, but and we have to make sure that add to cart also not gonna be here, so let's update that one. So to this display product list, I'm going to add one more field, okay, and we can call it as a purchase, okay, and here we'll pass it as a true. So let's go to the display product list, and to this one, obviously again I have to get this value called purchase. For default I will make it false, and we'll pass this value to this product cart item. Okay, now inside the product cart item, if the purchase is true, we'll simply hide this div. If not purchase, then only we'll show this. Okay, and also we have to make sure we'll accept the purchase over here. Okay, then instead of this one, you can also wrap this one too. So let me add the empty braces. So basically we are hiding all of this section, okay, along with this one, and we'll create a new button, and obviously here I'm gonna write a condition. If the purchase is true, then we'll add a button, and it will say download assets content, okay, something like this, and we'll give a class name. We'll say width to full, and obviously this will be a link, so I will just link it to hrefs, and on that click it will go to the product dot file URL and save it. Let's save this one as well, and if I go back, you will see the option to download the content, and if you see, it's opening the content as well. Perfect, right? And in the purchase we have this skeleton effect, and now you have option to download the content as well. So that's how guys you can implement this. Just quick thing I'm gonna change is the color. So I will say background green color. Let's add dark green, and we'll make text white, something different. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can add a section, and where you will see the purchase history have option to download the content, and inside the listing you will see your own listing option to do all of this information, and inside the home you have the home section as well. Now inside this listing section we have some option like edit, analytics, and delete, right? And over here let's implement the delete functionality. Now once user click on delete, we're gonna show the confirmation dialog whether do you really want to delete this listing or not. If user say yes, then we're gonna delete it. If user say no, then we will just cancel the dialog and will not delete the, or will not do any delete action. And for that one we're gonna use the dialog component, and if you see, if I click on this open dialog, this is how the dialog will look like. Over here we can give option, do you want to delete, yes or no, and then we'll make the action depends on the user selection. So it's quite easy, and obviously under this API and under the product section we already adding a new product, we are getting the product. Now it's time to write a logic to delete the product. So over here we'll say async function delete request, and then we'll return the next response dot JSON. Obviously you can return the ID which you deleted. I will just say result will as deleted. Okay, as simple as that. And over here I will make sure whatever product obviously we want to delete from the database, from the product list, we're gonna pass the created by user obviously, and then the ID, so that user will not, or no one can delete any other's product, right? So first thing you need to get is, let's say, constant, the user is equal to await current user. Okay, I will just update this import and save it. Now once we have the user information, we'll simply say constant result is equal to await db dot delete from the products table. So here we'll say products dot where, obviously, and inside that we'll say equal to the products dot id comma, and obviously we need to pass the id of the product. So here we'll say product id. Now this product id we can either get from the request parameter or we can pass it. So here we'll say product id is equal to await request dot json. So we can get it from the body of the API call. Okay, and along with that one, let me bring this down. I will add and condition, and this both the requests should match. Okay, so I will add another condition equal to product. So I think we imported the incorrect, so this need to be a product table. Okay, make sure you are using this correct schema name, and here we'll say equal to product table dot created by will match with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect. And then we are good on this one. Let me add one more curly braces, circular brace, and good. If you want to return the product or delete a product ID, you can return that one. I will just saying message deleted, and then save it. Now inside the, let's go to the route called dashboard, and inside that we have page.jsx, and here inside the user listing we have the delete operation, right? So let me go to this product cart item, and inside that, if you see, we have the button to delete it, and obviously it is inside this add to cart, and that's where we have this product editable option, right? So let's go to this product editable option, because inside that we have this pop over trigger. So that's weird, but what we can do, we can create a method over here. We'll say delete confirmation dialog dot jsx, and over here we'll add a default template. And obviously in order to use this dialog component, first let's copy the let's copy this npm command in order to use it. So over here, let's install this one. Once you install, you have to copy this all of this content inside this dialog.jsx file. So just search dialog.jsx and simply replace with this new code from the RetroTail UI. And once you are done with this one, obviously you can just import this dialog component import statement inside your delete confirmation dialog, and then you can copy this dialog component logic. Okay, now inside here, obviously we can render the children, and over here obviously I am going to render children again, and simply from this product editable option, wherever we have this delete option, right, delete, I will just wrap this inside this delete confirmation dialog, and I will pass this trash and delete as a children and save it. And if I go over here, let's test this out. So if I go to this, okay, so we need to import the button. So over here somewhere we have the button, that's weird. Oh yeah, so this close button, make sure to import that one. If I go over here, now if you have a delete option, if I click on this one, you will get the delete dialog. Perfect. Obviously we need to fix this delete one, so maybe we can do over here. Obviously we can put all the li tag. Let me undo this. Well, let me do and inside that I will put this over here. We will say class name flex gap of 2, padding to 2, and save it. We don't need to give padding, so just remove the padding, and now we have delete button. Okay, if I open this one, this is how it looks. Obviously we need to modify this little bit, but our delete confirmation is showing perfectly. And over here, are you okay, do you really want to delete this product? Okay, and we'll wrap in this in a h2 tag, and let's see how it looks. That's pretty good. For this we can add one more div for a button. Here we'll say class name flex, we'll add one more button for delete. Okay, now this button we can put a variant as destructive. So if I go to the button component, you will see this variant called destructive is kind of a red color button, and then we have this close button. Here we'll say justify end gap of 5. Perfect. And we also give margin top, so margin top to 5. Here we'll wrap everything in one child so that we will not get this error. And now we have option called close and delete. Okay, now obviously if you click delete, we should delete the record. So simply I will add on click button, on click method on this one, and we'll simply say delete product. Now let's write a method to delete this product. And obviously we need to get the product ID which you want to delete. So either instead of calling this method over here, you can just call it something like this. Okay, you can pass this method to the parent component, so it will accept over here. So delete product, and now you can call the delete product and write over here. So interesting thing over here, if you see, we don't have the product information inside this product editable option. Okay, so obviously go to this cart item, and inside the cart item, if you see, we have editable and the product information. So we, from this add to cart button, right, we have the product data. Just pass this product data to this editable option. So over here I will say product as product. Okay, because this product information we are now passing to this editable option, and then simply we can accept over here. And obviously we are calling this delete product, so over here I am called constant delete product and the arrow function. Let me console and we'll see whether we are getting the product information on the click of this one first. So let's go back. I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console. Let me refresh this window, and now if I go to this delete option, you will see, let me close this console and click delete, you will see the product information. Now with this ID you just need to delete the record. So let's go to this editable option, and where we have the, we are calling over here, so we will say constant result is equal to await. We'll simply call axios dot delete API slash product. So let me see the API endpoint name, which is this products, and then inside that we'll pass the product ID as product dot ID. Okay, and obviously we'll make this as a async, and we'll console the result. Obviously once the record is deleted, we'll just refresh this. So we'll say windows dot location dot reload. okay, because we want to fetch the new record. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So now let's call this delete method, and okay, so we have an error actually. So if I go to the terminal and it's saying the product ID issue, okay, so unexpected end of JSON, delete request, that's weird. Or maybe because we are using the body, so over here let's pass the question mark ID is equal to product dot ID, and once you pass this one, obviously we'll need to make update inside our products delete operation. Over here we'll simply get this something like this, right, search using this search parameters. So I will just paste over here and we'll get the product ID as a product ID and then save it. And now let's test this out. So if I click delete and this is the different error, okay, that's fine, and boom, if you see it's deleted, but I don't know why it's showing again. Maybe that record is double or what, that's weird. But inside the terminal we don't have any error, okay, but if I go to the database and inside this product for that particular user, we have this, still we have the two records, the 29 and 19. That's interesting. Let's try it again. So over here we just found, so inside the page inside our product route we are trying to find a parameter called product ID, right, but through this product editable option we are passing the field name as a ID. So just replace it with this product ID, and now I was testing, but now we just uncomment this one. Let me refresh the screen, and now if I click delete, if you see the record now is deleted and now we only have one record, okay. So that's how guys you need to delete the record. Make sure you are carefully deleting it. Sometimes obviously like this, right, you can make a mistake, but you have to make sure you will check your code first carefully, and then if you still face issue, then you can ask me on my Discord channel, the link in the description. Now we're going to add a new tab over here and it's called analytics, we can say, and on that tab you can see how many product you sold, okay, and all the list along with the which user bought your product, all the information we can show it there, okay, because we already have the order history, right, and inside this order history, from that one we can get to know about the product which user sell or user buy. Now in order to do that, first we'll add a new tab over here. So let's go to this dashboard. So inside the page.jsx we have these three tabs. We'll add one more. We can add over here after the listing. Here we'll say analytics, and inside the analytics obviously I will give the value as analytics, and we'll add that content with the value analytics, okay. And obviously here we need to add new component. So let me remove this component because we want to add an analytic component. So inside the component folder we'll add analytics.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now over here we'll simply add analytics component, okay, and save it. Now if I go back, let me refresh the screen, and you will see another tab called analytics, okay. We have listing, we have analytics, and then we have purchase. Now inside this analytics tab we need to show the analytics data. First here I will add a h2 tag, analytics, we'll add a class name, font bold, text of 3XL, save it. Let's see how it looks. Just make it 2XL. Perfect. And we'll also give margin top to 5. Now over here, first thing obviously we are going to create a new API endpoint, and over here we'll get I will create analytics with the name analytics only, and inside that we'll create a route.jsx. We'll make it export async function, and so this need to be a, let's make it post request, and here will be the request. Okay, in the return we'll make next response dot json, or we'll make this get only, and over here we just need to get the user email, and on the basis of that one we can get the all the information, and that's where the magic is. Let's get the user information first. Is equal to await current user, and I will update this import statement and save it. Now over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select. So make sure to import db dot select dot from, and here in this case we need to connect three tables. One is the orders, then the products, and then user. Okay, so it's quite simple. First we'll say order from order table dot inner join with the product table, and obviously here we need to provide the on which column you want to connect. So here we'll say order table dot product id, and then product table dot id. Okay, again we want to add inner join dot inner join on user table, and again here we'll say equal to user table dot email with product table dot created by. Okay, so we are just connecting with the user email, and the last we'll say where equal to user dot user table dot email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and then we'll get the result. Okay, so that's a whole long process we need to follow. Obviously if you want to get the error, if you have any error that you think you will get it, you can add it inside the try catch block as well. So simply you can add that one. In many of our API endpoint we did not add it, but it's up to your choice. If you want to add, you can. Okay, and obviously here we need to write the return statement, and inside the if block as well you can write the error message. Now once we have the result, I think it's good to call this method over here. So we'll get constant get, we'll say just get data. We'll keep it simple. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get method is called slash API slash analytics. That's all, and inside the console we'll return the result, and we'll see whether we are getting the data or not. So obviously this need to be a result dot data. But one more important thing, we need to call this method inside the get data. We forgot to call this one, so make sure and save it. Okay, so make this as a use client because we have the error. And right now I want analytics. We got the data, and if you see we have these two orders. Okay, for this particular user. So whatever user product user posted, so for that one we have the information. Cool, right? Now let's save this in one state. So I'm going to define the one state. So constant, here we'll say order list comma set order list is equal to use state. Okay, and I will just set the order list. Now interesting part over here, if you see in the response, we not only get the product information, but we also get, obviously this is the current user of product, right? But also we'll get the order details with the email, right, who ordered this one. So that kind of cool thing that everything we are getting. And now next thing we need to do, we need to iterate that value over here along with the product image, the name, the category if you want, and the user email who purchased this particular product. So obviously you can give a try. Okay, I will pause here and I will implement this analytic part, and then if you want to get to know the source code and everything, you can obviously get it from the source code, the link in the description, or you can always go to the tubegurji.com, and from here you will get all the exclusive courses, the source code, and lot of other things. Okay, so just go here and get access of the source code. And here I added this analytics section where it will show, it's showing how many product get sold, how much you earn, and then the all the details of the product which is get sold, along with the product basic information, the user's email who bought this product, and the amount. Okay, and here is the total amount. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add the analytics section. Obviously in the listing we have this option called analytic, right? So I will just remove this section because we don't need that particular thing, so we'll just remove that one. So from this product editable option I will just comment this out and save it. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's all for this particular video. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that your friends, family, or you can even start the business with it. So for that, our first thing, we are going to push all of our code to the GitHub, and then we're gonna connect GitHub to the Vercel so that whenever you made some changes to your application and you push the code to the GitHub, it automatically deploy on a Vercel, so you don't need to do it manually every time. So let's go to the GitHub and create a new repo. From here you can give the name. So I will say digital e-commerce 2.0. So you'll say digital e-commerce only web. Okay, and you can make it public, private, depends on you, and then create a repo. Once you create the repo, you need to set the remote origin. So go over here and inside a new terminal, I will first initialize the git, and once it is initialized, let's set the remote git. One more important thing you need to remember, as we created this .env file, right, and we don't want to push this .env file, so let me show you this one, right? So you can just add that file name inside this git ignore. So I will just add over here, maybe you can add after this, and we'll say .env. Okay, so whenever we push any code to the GitHub, it will not push your all the environment variable key, which is obviously very important. So simply I will add git add space dot git commit, I will say initial commit, and as you are pushing it very first time, you need to push with this particular command. So we'll push now, and once it is pushed and refresh this repo, you will see just now we push this code. Okay, now let's go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account, create a new, it's completely free, and over here select add new project, make sure to connect it with a GitHub repo, and here you will see the latest project at the top. Make sure to import this one. You can give any name to this one, so I will say DG store. Okay, and once you give the project name, select everything if you want to update anything. Okay, but you don't need to do that, and inside this environment variable, simply go to your .env file. So over here we'll go to the .env, copy everything. You don't need to copy one by one. Once you copy everything, just paste it here, and it will automatically assign the key and the respective value for it, and simply click deploy. Now so over here we have some issue. Okay, so we need to give name like DG in small, so we'll say DG store. Okay, and let's deploy now, and now it will start deploying your application. First it will build application, then it will install all the required dependency, and then it will start deploying. So we'll wait to complete this all the process. And if you see, our application is now deployed, and here you will see the preview as well. Now obviously if I click on this one, it will open that particular domain. Obviously you can change this domain name anytime, or you can connect your own domain, and over here you will see all the product list. Obviously if I go to the explore, over here you will see more list, and obviously if you click on the start selling, you need to log in to your account. So that's how you can deploy your application within some few clicks.